morning, good day, or good evening, wherever in the world you are taking part in this.
Local democracy is at the core of who we are as a movement.
Local and regional government can actually be the leader in making sure that feminist principles are embedded.
We believe that development needs to be inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. It needs to respond to the needs of our communities, of our planet.
Parce que nous sommes appelés à réfléchir constamment sur comment on peut venir aux besoins de ces populations.
Zamanımızın en büyük krizlerle başa çıkmak adına yetki alanlarımızı aşan zorlukları ele alabilmek için daha fazla bölgesel koordinasyona ihtiyacımız var.
新冠疫情爆发后，许多城市与我们守望相助，风雨同舟，践行了合作、开放、包容、共享的城市文化理念。
Nuestra organización mundial está lista para trabajar por un futuro renovado que tienda puentes sobre las comunidades y las personas, que nos ponga en armonía con nuestro planeta y que recupere la confianza con los gobiernos.
We need to address the renewal of the multilateral system.
The United Nations needs to learn about your vision, work and experience.
La columna vertebral del Pacto Futuro tiene que ver con la manera como preparamos a nuestras y nuestros ciudadanos para enfrentar mejor un mundo incierto.
Sabemos los grandes retos que tiene el mundo y entendemos que muchos de esos retos se tienen que resolver localmente.
Todos y todas merecen igualdad de oportunidades, igualdad de derechos, igualdad de libertades en nuestras ciudades.
The local space is the perfect place to connect the dots.
Women as political agents of change in communities must be empowered.
Я уверен, что вместе мы справимся.
At the time when the COVID is coming to an end, cities and local governments are tasked to drive recovery.
Pour que la reprise fonctionne, il faudra renforcer l'accès universel aux services publics, les services essentiels.
You are the most democratic institution of governance in the world, united across cities and local governments.
Welcome to the home of local multilateralism. Welcome to United Cities and Local Governments. Welcome to Daejeon.
And we can really feel it has been a long week. Huh? we are hoping more participants to come in, but I am very happy to welcome you to our plenary consultation session on the Pact for the Future of Humanity, the AXI for Government. And of course, for us as a local and regional government constituency, the Pact for Government is a pact for government and democracy. We don't understand government without democracy, just to be clear, okay? Democracy is a must to ensure the type of development that we want, to ensure the kind of society that we cherish. Democracy is critical to redefining how we want to live together, how we want to create communities. And one of the very first sentences of our Pact for the Future of Humanity in this axis says that the Pact for Government and Democracy calls for redefining governing in partnership. Indeed, in this period of unprecedented overlapping crisis, we have come to understand that governing in emergencies is going to become the new normal. That one is really going to be the new normal. And in order to face that, we will need to change the models that we have. We will need to change the instrument that we use for government. I think this is a very relevant discussion for our constituency that is questioning the international governance architecture, which we argue needs to be strengthened. Translation, we need a stronger multilateral system. And for us, it implies that we also need a role in that multilateral system. But beyond that, we also realize that there are changes that we need to make at local level, that we need to ensure there is a greater level of participation, that we need to enhance instruments to be able to structure multi-level governance, and that participatory, responsive, and accountable multi-level governance need to be enhanced. And we have identified some of the key aspects that we would like to tackle, and they involve new transparency measures and instruments like participatory budgeting, for instance. It is a very clear plea, and I think you will hear it in the pledge later on this session, to protect and promote all political institutions. And here is where the work of our town hall becomes very important, addressing trust. We are going through a period where there is not only a democratic deficit, but there is a trust deficit in the institutions. And I think this is very much at the core of this axis for the pact. The other new thing, which I think very valuable, and I am certain it has been influenced by the period of the pandemic, is the role of the scientific community in decision making. And I think these past years of pandemic, but also the climate emergency, have demonstrated how important it is to make sure that decisions are also based on science. And not only, right? Sometimes, I mean, they need to be based on what we know from science, but it needs to be determined by the visions of the people, and that is a clear call here. And there are other points here that I'm certain will come up through the different speakers, but there is one particular one, and it will come as no surprise to you, that I want to mention here, and that is the vision for a feminist leadership, a different type of leadership that is based on proximity and on empathy. So I will leave it here. This is just a taste of some of the things that we have in mind. I know the mayor of Bogota is planning to arrive a bit later, and she will probably provide some inputs to our collective vision. But what I propose to do now is to go to our segment with partners, and we are delighted to have you all with us. It's going to be moderated by my colleague, the Secretary General of Metropolis, but allow me to thank in particular Lucy Slags. Lucy has been a friend and a colleague for a very long time, and we have done a very similar trajectory in our professional career. So I am very, very grateful to you, Lucy, to have made the time to join us here. But also because she now represents, as Secretary General, the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, a sister organization that is also part of the beating heart of the Global Task Force, our consultation mechanism for the international community as constituency. So a special welcome to you, Lucy, but also a very special welcome to the other partners, to the SDG Action Campaign that is helping us flip the script, to the General Assembly of partners, our partners in crime during the Habitat 3 process, and to the representative of the Youth Caucus that are keeping us sharp and holding us accountable during this process. Welcome, everyone. Jordi, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Emilia. And not a lot left to say other than I always think it's important to remind ourselves of this. The municipalist movement is great in its diversity and its strength and its variety in the way it renews itself. It's also great in our partners, and that they make us stronger, they share our values, they also keep us on our toes and push us in nice ways. I hope that's what our partners will do today also. So we're going to hear from them. actually in the very order that Emilia presented them. So first of all, we'll hear from you, Lucy. Lucy Slack is the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. Floor is yours. I think it's a 4-minute, but I think we would like to see you and hear what you have to say to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordi, and thank you, Emilia, for those really kind words. And I like to think that we're kind of putting some action directly into that feminist leadership in terms of the international local government networks, and it's great to be joined by my other colleagues here for this session. I really recognize, that this is a crucially important moment, I think, for our kind of like local government movement. And the first thing I want to do as one of the partner organizations is thank you for the invitation to participate here at the Congress, alongside so many of UCLG's members and partners. And first and foremost, really congratulate the whole team at UCLG for such a fantastic event, because I know very much how much hard work goes into this, not just what we see on the day, but how much hard work goes into the background. And really to kind of note the kind of positive energy that there's been, because it's been a long time since we've had the chance to come together and to meet face to face. And I, for one, have really appreciated that. But equally, I think we have to just quickly kind of contextualize where we are in terms of this event and some of the challenges that we're working to deal with as local government. We're moving, obviously, recovering, as it were, from the pandemic, but also grappling with some really, really big challenges in the climate crisis, the growing economic challenges and cost of living crisis, which we're seeing spreading across the globe. We're dealing with conflict on almost every continent of the world. And as Emilia said in her opening remarks, trust in government is really being challenged. So we're here at a crossroads, and I think a really important an important time. And that's why I think events like this are really important. They're a rich opportunity to see what people are already doing, how local government is already tackling those challenges. But I think this week has given us an important moment to take stock, to look forward, and I hope to catalyze a vision for the future that we can all, UCLG members, UCLG partners, come behind and get behind through the Pact for the Future of Humanity. Because at the end of the day, what we're really looking to do is catalyze that vision for a future with local governments and local and regional governments and the people that they serve being right at the center of that, right at the center of everything that we do. And I think as local government, if we forget that at our peril. So it's a bold vision for a renewed commitment to transformative action at the local level to really tackle that pervasive inequality and to rebuild trust between local people and government. And in this session, we're obviously looking at the government element, the element which, to my mind, really speaks to the how, to the kind of government that we want to entrench at the local and regional level. We often hear people say very glibly that local government is the closest level of government to local communities, therefore it's best placed to respond to their needs. And this is true, but we actually have to act. This assertion in and of itself, as Emilia said at the beginning, is not enough. We really need to put that at the heart of our vision, put that at the heart of the pact, but focus on how we then transform this relationship going forward. And the pact reinforces the importance of strengthening our institutions to be more responsive, to be participatory, transparent, and inclusive. Most importantly, I think to be citizen-focused and remember that at every moment, and to think about a different model of governance around co-creating solutions for current and future generations. And of course, to equity, to moving much more towards equitable service delivery, enabling job creation and decent work for all. These are all very much, I think, at the heart of local and regional government's agenda. And one of the vital threads which runs through this section is this concept of partnership. And I think partnership is one of those words which is, we hear it a lot, but it's often quite difficult to achieve. And as local and regional governments, I do think we have achieved. And one particular partnership I want to just focus on just for a couple of minutes is the Global Task Force, because the Global Task Force, I think, is an example of how if you move away from working individually and in silos, you can have a much, much stronger voice. It was mobilization through the Global Task Force, obviously convened by UCLG, across more than 20 international local government organizations, which enabled us as a constituency to strengthen our voice in that international arena and in the international development dialogue. It saw our messaging strengthened. It saw us having a much stronger single voice for our constituency to influence the Agenda 2030, to reference the importance of action at all levels of government, including at the local level, and indeed the specific SDG 11 around inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities and human settlements. And then further, we saw in Quito the agreement of the new urban agenda, and then the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments being endorsed as part of that follow-up mechanism, as part of the sort of official monitoring around the new urban agenda. And we've seen it in many other international gatherings as well, and many of you as active members of UCLG have been part of that strong voice. But now, I think we're in the decade of implementation. And the pact comes in part, I think, from the recognition of the need to accelerate progress towards the delivery of the Agenda 2030. As we know, we've been working as a global task force to strengthen a partnership with the United Nations to move or build on our advocacy into a much more meaningful input around the decisions which really shape the way in which the development agenda is moving forward and shapes the lives and the futures of our local communities. And I think importantly for the global movement, the Pact for Humanity commits to, and I'm going to quote from the Pact, I have to check it, I haven't learned it off by heart yet, actively contribute to the revitalization of the multilateral system by having creative, constructive, and influential voice in the United Nations. I think this is very much our vision. I think we know we can make a difference as local and regional governments, and we can improve the decisions that are coming out of that process. We want to be part of that reform process and provide a substantive contribution to international summits, and there are a number of those that should be on our horizon coming up. The 2023 SDG Summit, the Summit of the Future in 2024, and of course the World Social Summit in 2025, all of which will be critical opportunities, I think, for local and regional governments to highlight our transformational role as it's encapsulated in the Pact for Humanity, towards an inclusive system that really takes account of the multitude of systems of governance and government that exist to ensure all voices and all spheres of government are included within decision-making processes. So this is our vision. This is enclosed, this is in the Pact. This is what we've been discussing today. But we also want to use these upcoming summits to really build on that progress and demonstrate our commitment as a sector, but also to demonstrate what we're already doing and what we can build on to influence that global decision-making process and build that kind of multi-level, multi-governance partnership that will be able to give expression to the local achievement of the global development goals and commitments. So at the very heart of all of the recommendations or all of the statements that are contained in the Pact is, I think, transformation. And that transformation that we're looking for is really to put people much more firmly at the heart of the multilateral, international, and national development agenda. And the Pact for the Future of Government really sets this out clearly. The challenge is, of course, what we do when we leave this event and how we implement this on the ground. It calls for leadership. It calls for your leadership as the political constituency representing local government. It calls for the leadership of the Global Task Force members, and I think it also calls for leadership from some of our international multilateral partners. And I know that we're definitely looking forward to working with you, UCLG, through the Global Task Force to absolutely make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy, for this really inspiring vision. Also, all the homework that you give to the movement, which is a lot, but we know we can count on your partnership, which is reassuring. So thanks so much. And next, we're going to hear from Florencio Vente, who, as Emilia explains, part of the Youth Forum, the Local Governments at the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth. So, Florencio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, UCLG, the largest organization representing local and regional governments, the Secretary General, Emilia, and all the team behind that allow us to be here, to be present, to learn and share some experience from a youth perspective. I'm here to talk about a youth vision of progress and aspiration of municipalities. I will talk about cities and territories. It means I will talk about home. I'm going to switch my intervention to Spanish, so please use your translation devices. Mi casa es su casa. Una frase simple que en mi país natal usamos para demostrar solidaridad. Y hoy quiero referirme a mi casa como el territorio, la ciudad, la municipalidad, la que también, señoras y señores alcaldes y tomadores de decisiones, es su casa. Porque además de ser alcaldes y liderar nuestros territorios, ustedes también son ciudadanos y son nuestros vecinos. Como ya han escuchado de las otras juventudes del CACUS, tenemos dudas y temores de cómo será nuestro futuro y de lo que llamamos casa, la ciudad, el territorio, aún existirá frente a un panorama insostenible e ineficiente. Los estragos y desigualdades generadas por la pandemia del COVID-19, el aumento de guerras y conflictos, la inflación y otras problemáticas son una muestra de que pese a grandes esfuerzos, seguimos preguntándonos si realmente líderes territoriales se preocupan lo suficiente por las personas, el planeta y el gobierno. Durante esta semana hemos aprendido y escuchado de gobiernos locales, alcaldes, líderes políticos, su compromiso por velar por el bienestar de las personas que depositan su confianza en ellos. Y el Pacto del Futuro es un avance y un compromiso para la co-creación de ciudad. Reconozco que hemos visto buenas prácticas y un movimiento de una municipalidad que se renueva, con la gobernanza multinivel y multilateral, con actores globales aliados, con la Agenda 2030, el Acuerdo de París, la preparación del UN Summit of the Future y un compromiso con una profunda transformación de nuestras sociedades. Pero para lograr ello debemos ver el Pacto del Futuro desde una perspectiva de integración y diversidad. Hoy ante ustedes hablo como líder juvenil, como afrodescendiente, como latinoamericano, como migrante. Y no puedo dejar de mencionar uno de los avances que hemos logrado en el Congreso, el lanzamiento del Lampedusa Chapter, el cual invitamos a las ciudades a adoptar en torno a la movilidad humana como un fenómeno natural en medio de los territorios. Pero también hablo desde la perspectiva de los jóvenes a nivel global. Junto al Youth Caucus, semanas antes de estar aquí en Daejeon, hicimos una consulta en donde obtuvimos algunos resultados alarmantes. Más del 53% de la juventud manifestó su preocupación y necesidad de recuperar la confianza en los gobiernos y alrededor del 35.7% sobre la importancia de discusiones alrededor del clima y la cultura. Es por ello que desde la juventud, más que un llamado a la acción, hacemos un llamado a la co-creación del territorio y hemos, por medio de 3 acciones puntuales, traído estas sugerencias. Primero, no puedo hablar de casa y territorio sin mencionar mis vecinos, algunos tradicionalmente marginalizados, a quienes debemos darles los espacios para que sean escuchados, los grupos indígenas y pueblos originarios, como PEFI, de la región Asia-Pacífico. También los grupos que están trabajando y abogando por el cambio climático, también los grupos que trabajan por la equidad de género, donde esperamos un futuro con más jóvenes en posiciones de lideranza. Un ejemplo de ello es la alcaldesa de Valparaíso. También debo mencionar a mis vecinos de la sociedad civil, como Colin, del Community Action Committee, y muchos otros de nosotros jóvenes que trabajan por el cambio climático, la urgencia de medidas para abordar la adaptación, las pérdidas y los daños. Mis vecinos, los jóvenes con deficiencia o que también están en este momento trabajando por los derechos humanos, que ante una ola de odio, polarización, racismo y discriminación y xenofobia, están trabajando para poder transformar sus comunidades. Y también por eso celebramos la iniciativa de 10, 100 y 1000 ciudades de derechos humanos. En ese sentido, también invitamos a que de esta forma podemos crear un pacto del futuro centrado en el poder de nosotros, de gente ordinaria haciendo cosas extraordinarias. Segundo, desde el Youth Caucus y con apoyo del Youth Council of Barcelona, el Migration Children and Youth y jóvenes líderes de diversos territorios, hemos preparado un policy brief, un llamado a un contrato social de integración e inclusión de los jóvenes en el proceso urbano. Este documento, co-creado con la juventud, aborda más de 32 recomendaciones y 6 pasos para el avance del contrato social en torno a la confianza en gobiernos, bienes comunes, cultura y clima, sistemas de ciudades, que será enviado a UCLG. Y queremos que ustedes, alcaldes y líderes de territorios, revisen y adapten las recomendaciones junto al Pacto para el Futuro en sus ciudades. Tercero, ustedes, gobiernos locales, no pueden hacer esto solos. Para ello, deben continuamente empoderar a sus ciudadanos para ser críticos y bien informados para actuar como vectores de transformación, especialmente la juventud, en nuevas formas de gobierno y toma de decisiones. Ahora es su turno de escuchar a la juventud por medio de diversos mecanismos, como no han escuchado a nosotros aquí durante el Congreso, pero también debemos incluir a aquellos que no han estado aquí, los que están en sus ciudades y en sus territorios. Para finalizar, quiero decirles que como jóvenes estamos perdiendo poco a poco la esperanza de los gobiernos nacionales, pero esperamos que los gobiernos locales y regionales sigan comprometidos con nuestro presente y nuestro futuro y hagan nuestro hogar un lugar mejor para todos los ciudadanos en torno a la paz, la justicia, el gobierno transparente y espacios seguros. Muchas gracias, thank you, merci, shakrom, cansando.
Muchas gracias a ti. Thank you very much for shaking us. And also, thank you very much for trusting that the municipalism movement is open to all these recommendations. We are indeed, and we will honor this trust, I'm sure. So we just heard one of your last words, Florencia, was peace, path, peace. And unfortunately, peace isn't what the world is experiencing at this moment. We woke up today to terrible news, as we have been in the last months, in this case about the war in Ukraine, and terrible consequences of bombings, in particular in the city of Mykolaiv. At this point, we're going to hear from precisely the mayor of this city, a city that yesterday was retrieving corpses from the rubble, a mayor that we are very, very grateful that he would take time out of such a grim day to talk to all of us, Mayor Alexander Sienkiewicz of Mykolaiv, Ukraine. We're going to have him through a video. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us today. The floor is yours.
In silence. All other days we were under bombardments, and about 146 civilians were killed while this war, and more than 700 were injured. from 500,000 people that lived in the city before the war, we have about 200,000 people, and we still run all the processes. I mean, we have gas, we have lights, we have water, and we are planning to launch the heating season because in Mykolaiv we have winters where temperature goes below zero till, let's say, -10. But what problems we have now, the biggest problem is water, because we drank water from the river of Dnipro, which is 73 kilometers out of our city. The city is that near us is Kherson, is occupied now, and Russian soldiers brutally destroyed pipeline system. So city was for months without the water at all. So we took water from boreholes and we gave it to people through water trucks. We need of this cleaning system because we built another pipeline system and take water from the river that near us, but it's salty because the sea is near us, and our systems were not created for this type of water. So for now, we are facing a help. I mean, we feel the help of local governments around the world. They help us, sending us cleaning systems for this salty water. And for sure, different European governments send us a lot of help because while this heating season, we have not problems with gas or with its amount of price. We have problems with the windows of thousands buildings that have no windows and have no people. So we need to cover them. And for sure, we have a lot of strange and awful things here, but we keep hope that it will be ended soon, and we are working together on help to our local communities. And for sure, now we are as one family. And what I want to say today, that I hope next time I will be with you in our country will be peaceful. For sure, if you want to help us, you can find us Mykolaiv City, and we are ready to create new relationships because we already, while this wartime, we created new relationships with European cities, and we exchange with our experience on local governments, even in such strange war time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I know I speak for everyone in this room in sharing, really deeply, sincerely sharing the hope of having you with us in person in the next conference and with your city and your country in peace again. Thanks so much, Mayor of Mykolaiv. And now we're going to continue with the contributions of our partners. Next, we're going to hear from Jeannie Birch, President of the General Assembly of Partners. Jeannie, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I turned to my partners at the table and I said, I hope I don't have to follow the mayor. That was a very sobering and difficult talk to listen to. And our sympathies are certainly with him and his country. This meeting started out with the discussion of multilateralism and the importance it is for local governments to be involved. We, who worked on the policy paper on trust in government, firmly believe, as I'm sure you do, that multilateralism will only work with local governments being trusted institutions within their own jurisdictions. And we know that trust is under attack, as noted by the UN Secretary General in last year's address, our common agenda. And more recently, in a lab that I'm working with, revealed an enormous gap in a survey of 200 cities, where the local leaders thought they had the full trust of their people, but the citizens who were surveyed had very little trust in their governments. So we are in trouble. And we are in trouble because we need to think about how we can rebuild that trust. So the groups that worked on this were led by the General Assembly of Partners, of which I've been honored to be part of, the Open Government Partnership, IDEA, Fixed Home, UN Habitat, and the generous contributions of the cross-cutting caucuses on accessibility, feminism, and youth. Now, what did we do? Anybody writing on this subject, of course, knows the subject and the problems quite well. We listed the challenges. We listed the drivers of trust: recession, pandemic, conflict, inflation. We listed the results of distrust: low voter turnout, violence. We reaffirmed the roles and responsibilities of the parties. The local and regional governments are providers, educators, innovators, regulators, and yes, enforcers. And stakeholders have a responsibility to exercise their civil rights peacefully, to respect law, to participate in civic life, to be well-informed voters, and yes, monitor government. We based then recommendations as to how one might rebuild trust on principles. And actually, we came up with 7 recommendations that if you look in the pact on the governance section, they're exactly the same. So I presume you've done your homework, and I'm not going to read them to you. But basically, they talked about how participation, data, conflict resolution, transparency, integrity, and being accountable were all critical. Then we turned to something that was really fun. We thought about how to take these ideas and turn them into action. And so we came up with sort of a 6-step, I think that's what they have for Alcoholics Anonymous, right? 6 steps to reform? Well, we had our 6 steps to rebuilding trust. And so we translated them into suggested activities that we offer to you at UCLG to think about in your work program as you move forward. So the first thing we asked for and said, well, maybe it's time to do a new social contract. It's been called for by many people, but I'm not sure that local and regional governments are ready for that, but maybe they are. It'd not be a long document, maybe 2 or 3 pages, but it would reassert what a social contract is for the 21st century and would show how things had changed over time. But that wouldn't be enough. I mean, we could write that and it would be interesting, but we'd need a handbook. We need a handbook to translate how to actually do that. So we said, okay, that's the second project we suggest to you. And then we said, well, maybe some people will do it. If they do it, they should be recognized. So UCLG could give them a prize. So why don't you think about a prize for people who are really working in developing trust in government? But how do we know that they're really doing the job? So we said, all right, there needs to be a branch for research and evaluation. We need to think about whether this is being done right, what's working, what's not working, and how to amend what's going on. Those projects being done, if they get done, we said, okay, then let's take this message to the Global Task Force and recruit people, and recruit nations, recruit governments to do this. And once we've done that, we said, okay, we got very bold and said, we'll have us all together. Let's take all of this work and deliver it to international meetings. And that brought us back to multilateralism. And the first target is the Summit for the Future in 2024. So we leave you with these ideas. We'll see if you'll do them. But we thank you for including us in this wonderful exercise. It was really terrific, and we really enjoyed doing it. And we wish you good luck in everything you carry forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. And you just proven the point I was making, which is we have great friends, and what great friends do is not just tell you you're great and fabulous, but also telling you what you're not doing so great, but also then offering a hand, offering a way out. And you did just that, so thanks so much for this. And now we're going to listen to the fourth contribution of a partner, and in this case it's Marina Ponti, who's the director of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals campaign. Marina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you on behalf of the UN SDG Action Campaign and also of UNDP for this opportunity to contribute to this important discussion on the Pact for the Future of Humanity, which also represents an opportunity to give a new momentum to the Sustainable Development Goals as we approach the midpoint. Your Pact for the Future focuses on key SDGs values, care and equality, which is essential to build more inclusive and peaceful societies. You have also put the spotlight on preserving our planet and ensuring that natural resources are distributed more fairly within our societies and amongst generations. Emilia and many other speakers also highlighted the issues of hope. I'm also hopeful when I see so many local leaders across regions committed to local action for global impact. I'm also encouraged by this conversation on trust. We are all aware, and it was just reminded by previous speaker, that we're living through a moment of crisis of trust in our institution. It is obvious that the world is not working for most of the people and for our planet. You may have visited just outside this room, the SDG Corner, where together with UCLG, we're featuring a campaign to flip the script, to turn apathy into action, war into peace, division into unity, and to flip cynicism into trust. Trust is at the basis of the functioning of any society. Trust in each other, in our public institution, and in our leaders are all essential ingredients for human development. It is the basis of the social contract that was just mentioned, which is very well reflected in the Pact for the Future. So I see that the two contracts can be aligned. Trust is earned when actions meet words. And it is so encouraging, again, to see in the past few days so many local leaders prepare to build trust by acting every day. Trust also gives confidence to consumers and investors, crucial for creating decent jobs and the functioning of the economies more broadly. Success in achieving each of the Sustainable Development Goals will depend on many actions, some individual, some collective, but the basis of all is that all citizens and businesses trust public institutions and each other. The difficulty with trust is that it's a long-term strategy, as trust takes years to build, seconds to break, and forever to repair. We cannot start solving the crisis of trust in the role of the public sector without asking ourselves three questions. The first, why? Why are we in this situation? And the reason why citizens trust less and less their governments is a complex one. And it will have different answers and dimensions in each of our territories. But the one thing which is universal is that we're not doing enough to tackle this challenge. And after asking why, we need to start thinking about what we understand by public sector, by public institution. At UNDP, long years of work in governance have demonstrated how the concept of public may differ greatly from one country to another. The concept of public sector cannot simply be imposed from one context to another. And this is why we really support the UCLG work on advancing the definition of the commons that links directly with the Greek concept of polis, those elements that we need to commonly protect to be able to live together. This new public should focus to protect those. It is time to start a new narrative about why the public sector is fundamental in the daily lives of people. And on this, the pandemic has given a lot of visibility to the importance of local public action. Hospital, public services, vaccination hub, including mobility, the distribution of food and other essential services continued because, despite COVID-19, because of the efforts of local governments and committed public employees. Local is definitely, and was already mentioned, the one place to start rebuilding trust in the role of public. And also the development effectiveness agenda that many of you are engaged with underlines how local and regional governments are uniquely positioned to strengthen trust by ensuring that local policy and programs are aligned, inclusive, transparent, was mentioned, and focusing on accountability for results. And the third question is the how. How to start looking for concrete solutions that can apply in our time. At the US SDG Action Campaign, we do not have, all the answer to respond to this big question, but we believe that the SDGs are one of the best tools available to reflect what these commons are. The 2030 Agenda is the first global agenda that has been designed to identify what matters most to human beings. As many speakers mentioned before, the SDGs are also the first universal set of goals, as they reflect the aspiration of people and of our planet. And the SDGs have also demonstrated to be a very good instrument to recreate trust between the institution and the citizen they serve. Together with UCLG, the UN SDG Action Campaign has been supporting cities to better communicate what they're doing, what you are doing, to advance the SDG through local action with tangible impact on the well-being of people. And we are ready to continue that support with you. Ladies and gentlemen, the SDG Summit in September next year will determine the fate of the SDGs. As Emilia knows, I was privileged to witness the birth of UCLG many years ago, and I've been honored to stand by, side with you as your voice grew stronger and bolder and louder. And I'm looking forward to your engagement in the summit to ensure we make a difference. Together we can flip the script, and as in one of your beautiful videos, because together we are unstoppable. And now let me end showing a video that we produced together with UCLG that talks about how to flip the script on trust with citizen and institution. Thank you.
Urban looting, arson, and riots have continued at scale.
With the economic crisis deepening, the plastic problem has created one of the biggest environmental threats to our planet.
Thank you very much, Marina, for those inspiring words and this inspiring video. And we all know that the Millennium Goals and then the Sustainable Development Goals have been a compass for all local authorities, and that the trust of the campaign in local authorities has built this kind of long thread of mutually reinforcing partnerships. So thanks so much, Marina, for reminding us of this. And it's now time to change, to shift gears. We've heard from our partners, and now I'm going to pass the baton to Greg Monroe, who's going to be moderating the next session, the consultation section. Greg is the director of the Cities Alliance, which brings together many of us around a very specific goal, which is to serve the urban poor. Greg, the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi. So I don't know about anybody else, but in the morning when I wake up and I look at my iPad and look at the world headlines, my heart sinks day after day after day. Because the news every single day, whether it's governance, people, or planet, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Yesterday, the headlines were that since 1970, we've lost 70% of our wildlife. A few years ago, a president of a very large country, which I will not name, dialed back his country's net zero carbon pledge. And within a few days, 177 mayors of that country stood together and recommitted their pledge for the net zero carbon. We saw during COVID that some national governments did not step up to the plate. And in those countries, it was cities and local government. The time has come, the time has clearly come for local government to work with national governments and multilateral system to heal the world and to lead it. And one of the pathways through this is through the UCLG Pact for the Future with its 3 pillars of people, planet, and government. Yesterday, during the General Assembly, I took a photograph of the General Assembly and I sent it to my nephew. And I said, this is the local government equivalent of the UN system, of the UN Assembly. And I strongly believe that. Local and regional governments are the global leaders. I think the world's in the last chance saloon, and I think local government leaders and regional government leaders need to step up and help to move the world into a better place. So on those words, I would like to invite a couple of our political leaders, some of our global leaders, to present their priorities and expectations regarding the Pact, to ensure that their territorial realities are reflected in the Pact and contribute to shaping the joint advocacy strategy of the municipal movement towards the Summit of the Future and the SDG Summit. I'm going to ask, I don't know how many of, because I have a long list here, I'm not sure everyone's in the room, but if you could try and keep your input to 3 to 4 minutes. Can I ask if the Mayor of Dakar is in the room? Mayor Dias? So the Mayor of Dakar, can you please come to the...
Bonjour. Dans notre monde d'aujourd'hui, le développement obéit à une dynamique communautaire, avec un écosystème particulièrement complexe qui voit se multiplier de grands ensembles, définissant ainsi les règles de coopération, de partenariat et de collaboration entre continents, États et collectivités. Ceci est particulièrement vécu par les villes et régions africaines, un continent qui s'urbanise rapidement, très rapidement. Sa croissance urbaine est 2 fois supérieure à ce qu'a connu l'Europe dans l'histoire de son urbanisation. La population africaine a doublé ces 25 dernières années. Elle doublera à nouveau dans les 25 prochaines années et elle dépassera le milliard d'Africains habitant en milieu urbain en 2045. L'Afrique représentera alors le quart de la population mondiale. Ce sont des populations qu'il faudra loger, transporter, nourrir, éduquer, et à qui il faudra assurer l'accès à l'eau, la nourriture et l'énergie dans des quantités grandissantes. Il faut prendre conscience que pour répondre à cette croissance urbaine inéluctable, il faudra financer et construire plus de villes et d'infrastructures que ce qui a été construit en Chine à ce jour. Se pose alors la question de comment organiser la gouvernance, la gestion et le financement de ces territoires. Ces financements à travers des fonds de dotation, des fonds de concours, des rôles d'impôt ne solutionneront pas les territoires en Afrique. Car ne nous y trompons pas, les villes d'Afrique sont des moteurs de croissance qui, correctement organisés, peuvent favoriser le développement durable sur l'ensemble du continent et à travers le monde. Il me semble que c'est avant tout en s'entendant sur une vision stratégique commune sur la gouvernance des gouvernements locaux que nous arriverons à structurer des éléments de réponse aux défis qui se lèvent devant nous. Et c'est ce que nous proposons à travers ce pacte pour le futur, proposé par Cité Gouvernements Locaux Unis, CGLU, dont je salue la qualité. Aussi, je voudrais insister sur l'angle de financement des gouvernements locaux, considérant notre rôle de premier plan à relever les défis globaux. Nous devons organiser les conditions pour que les ressources nécessaires nous soient allouées et accessibles. Pour cela, nous devons organiser des espaces de dialogue entre nous et avec nos partenaires techniques et financiers, penser et engager des partenariats renouvelés pour dessiner ensemble des réponses aux besoins de nos territoires et investir dans des services et infrastructures essentielles pour les populations que nous servons. Ramener l'humain au cœur de nos politiques, de nos priorités et de nos urgences. C'est notamment ce à quoi nous nous attacherons avec le Fonds mondial du développement des villes pour nourrir et contribuer au pacte pour le futur de CGLU. Je terminerai ma communication en profitant de cette tribune pour vous inviter, partenaires techniques et financiers, collectivités territoriales, au prochain Forum mondial sur l'économie sociale, solidaire et circulaire à Dakar au Sénégal, du 1er au 6 mai 2023. Chers collègues, chers amis, que Dieu vous garde et que Dieu vous bénisse. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we next go to Tunisia? Mayor Abdelrahim, Mayor of Tunis.
Bonjour, chers amis et collègues. Tout d'abord, je dois remercier Madame Emilia Saiz pour son engagement continu au profit de nos villes, de nos pays. Et je remercie ainsi aussi bien son équipe qui est toujours très proche de nous, très efficace, très silencieux et exact. Je félicite aussi les présidents élus d'une façon consensuelle. C'est un nouveau modèle de gouvernance que je considère efficace parce qu'il est basé sur le partage, la consolidation, le consensus. Ce sont des valeurs qu'on lutte aujourd'hui pour ces valeurs universelles et l'approche participative nous attire. Mesdames et messieurs, depuis quelques années, l'action des gouvernements nationaux et des organisations internationales en faveur du développement durable en termes économiques, environnementaux, culturels et sociaux, a pu compter sur des alliés particulièrement efficaces et concrets, les villes. Les villes dominent la budgétisation participative et l'engagement civique. Autorités locales chargées de gérer un grand nombre des principaux éléments qui définissent la qualité de vie des citoyens. Les villes ont en effet démontré ces dernières années leur valeur ajoutée dans la mise en œuvre des stratégies de développement efficaces car liées au contexte territorial. Animées par les énergies et les compétences de leur territoire, les villes présentent des atouts incomparables à 3 niveaux. Leur contribution aux coalitions nationales pour la croissance et l'innovation, y compris en matière de numérique, en impliquant les acteurs locaux au profit de rayonnement international de l'ensemble du système national dans une optique de diplomatie publique et de compétitivité. Leur réactivité et efficacité dans la réponse aux défis systématiques et imprévus d'aujourd'hui, tels que le changement climatique, les migrations, la sécurité alimentaire, les inégalités croissantes ou les pandémies qui sont de nature mondiale et ont un impact local. Leur capacité à localiser les agendas mondiaux tels que l'agenda 2030, l'accord de Paris et le cadre de Sendai pour la réduction des risques de catastrophes. Si cette dynamique est certes relativement nouvelle, elle représente aujourd'hui un modèle éprouvé et solide de développement, innovant, harmonieux et efficace, comme en témoignent les nombreux instruments et publications sur les sujets élaborés par les Nations Unies et de nombreuses autres organisations internationales, les villes et autres autorités locales, et apparaissent comme de véritables acteurs de développement durable et du progrès. En ce sens, il est évident que le processus de renforcement des villes, loin de représenter une menace pour le fonctionnement d'un État-nation, constitue en fait un renforcement de la capacité de la nation à atteindre ses objectifs de développement, en projetant une image positive à l'échelle mondiale. Cette dynamique s'appuie sur un instrument essentiel, la diplomatie des villes. Ce terme évoque une action internationale collaborative des gouvernements locaux à l'échelle régionale et mondiale, permettant des synergies précieuses et uniques en matière de rayonnement et d'attractivité, renouvelant et renforçant le lien matériel entre le pays et la communauté internationale. À l'échelle locale et régionale, nous avons besoin d'un nouveau modèle pour l'avenir de la gouvernance, pour l'amélioration de la relation entre les gouvernements et leurs résidents. Institutionnaliser l'engagement civique. Les électeurs doivent approuver la budgétisation participative, donc faire engager les résidents, puisque les villes sont à la fois des pôles d'innovation et des lieux d'inégalité. Ce clivage est non seulement économique, mais aussi culturel. Pour le rompre, il faut maximiser les lieux de rencontre, communiquer, rassembler les habitants, créer des espaces publics ouverts, assurer la connectivité, maximiser la transparence, la participation citoyenne et la collaboration. Donc, une gouvernance plus offerte, plus démocratique, plus centrée sur le citoyen, des priorités stratégiques et faire appel au principe de l'ouverture avec une approche plus cohésive et productive pour mieux identifier les solutions efficaces et les modalités de mise en œuvre, agir et interagir, réagir au moment exact pour réussir à avoir la confiance des citoyens universels dans un univers inclusif et résilient. Le pacte pour le futur nécessite un partenariat multidisciplinaire et pluriaxial Et là, je valorise le travail des organisations internationales pour leur engagement où le citoyen est au centre des préoccupations. Merci pour votre attention.
Can I call on Tanine Ruddock, the President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities?
Thank you very much. I will be brief and maybe a little bit more irreverent in my address than I would have originally planned. I really appreciate this conversation about enforcing, changing our methods of governing. And in Canada, we are taking this conversation very seriously. If now isn't an opportunity to be more precise and more deliberate about how we govern and provide service to our citizens, I don't know when is. I have witnessed here, as we've gathered the last couple of days, the continuing need to ensure that we have governments that accurately and effectively represent the citizens who live in our communities and our countries. And as local government, I am continuously encouraging women to seek office. We've run many programs locally and nationally to continue the efforts to increase the number of women that are participating in local government. We want women to run, we want them to win, and we want them to lead. And that means that we don't want them to lose or to leave office. But it is also a moment of reflection. We need to do better. The Pact for a Future means that we need to actually build the communities that we need and deserve. And that means we need to expect better. We need to build the collective memory of trust, and that won't happen by accident. We need to put those procedures, those policies, and those actions permanently in place. And I will say that FCM continues to collaborate with our international partners. I was so pleased to be able to meet some of those partners here just before this gathering, to be able to sign another memorandum of understanding for our partners for municipal innovation, women in local leadership, and meet some of those local councillors and mayors that are making a difference in their communities in Cambodia and Nepal. That is how we are going to make the world better, by improving and increasing the number of local leadership examples that are providing the actual trustworthy service delivery that we all know is possible and that we need. So I'm going to go back to the video that you showed previously. Flip the script. I love that. I'm trying not to flip my lid, and maybe that's a little too colloquial to translate from my translation services, but it doesn't mean that we need to be patient anymore. We cannot wait. So I will say that FCM continues as municipal leaders to address these inequities as we're building for the future, both in climate, in our structures, in terms of the type of leadership that we need, as well as ensuring that we continue to partner with our international friends. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Mercedes Ortiz, who is the mayor of Salcedo and president of the Union of Dominican Women Municipalists.
Muy buenas tardes. Un honor para mí poder compartir en este escenario con todos ustedes desde la República Dominicana y en representación de América Latina y de FLACMA. Para mí es un honor y agradezco a Emilia Sáenz de CGLU por la invitación, a Johnny Araya de FLACMA por la oportunidad, a todos los presidentes electos, a las alcaldesas y a los alcaldes aquí presentes de todos los países del mundo que componen CGLU, al alcalde anfitrión que está aquí presente, a todos los representantes de las municipalidades, a todos y a todas, y un abrazo efusivo a todas las mujeres aquí presentes, porque creo que somos la mitad del mundo y en representación de las mujeres de América Latina entiendo que donde hay más mujeres, hay más participación, más equidad, más compromiso, más voluntad. Y desde los gobiernos locales estamos transformando cada una de nuestras municipalidades y transformando el mundo y diciendo que sí se puede. Desde la República Dominicana le enviamos un abrazo muy efusivo. Hoy estamos aquí trabajando y llegando a acuerdos sobre un pacto para el futuro. Lo más importante es ver que en cada uno de nuestros países, en cada una de nuestras municipalidades, los problemas básicamente son los mismos y pueden cambiar de un continente a otro. Sin embargo, los problemas siempre seguirán siendo lo mismo. La clave debe estar en la unidad, de poder empujar y poder dejar de lado las individualidades, de poder dejar de lado las cosas que nos dividen y concentrarnos en las cosas que nos unen. Hemos venido desde diferentes continentes del mundo y estamos aquí en busca de esperanza, de oxígeno para nuestros gobiernos locales. Sin embargo, esa esperanza estamos en el camino, porque escuchando la participación, escuchando las ideas de cada uno de nosotros, podemos retroalimentarnos y nos da esperanza hacia el futuro de que hayan propuestas importantes que podamos empujar juntos los que estamos trabajando en favor del fortalecimiento de la institucionalidad, de la municipalidad en el mundo. Y creo que el esfuerzo que desde este escenario hace CGLU lo valoramos en su justa dimensión. Estamos en el camino correcto y este es el impulso para nosotros hacer que nuestras voces puedan ser escuchadas, hacer que cada vez seamos más fuertes, pero debe ser sobre la base de una clave: la unidad en la diversidad. No importan las diferencias, lo importante es que este encuentro, este esfuerzo que hemos hecho cada uno de nosotros de estar aquí, de poder escuchar cada propuesta, pues pueda servir para que en el mundo todos podamos ser escuchados y podamos llevar oxígeno a cada uno de nuestros territorios. Vamos a hacer algunas propuestas y reitero, puede ser que lo que presentemos para el pacto pueda ser muy parecido para todos, porque los problemas son muy generales en cada una de las municipalidades en el mundo. Y entendemos que para lograr el bienestar y la calidad de vida de las personas, que es el objetivo fundamental de que todos perseguimos en los gobiernos locales, se requiere de gobernar en base a varios pilares como la inclusión, la participación, la transparencia, la democracia, la unidad, la voluntad y diversas estrategias de planificación. Y para esto entendemos nosotros que deben ser incluidos el fomento a la cooperación, al desarrollo y a las cooperaciones triangulares, el fomento al asociativismo y a las mancomunidades de los gobiernos locales, la promoción de buenas prácticas municipales, cuidar nuestra casa grande, pues no hay un plan B para el planeta. Esto requiere de una alianza social para cuidar el medio ambiente, evitar el aumento de las emisiones contaminantes y reducir la vulnerabilidad ante la consecuencia del cambio climático. Un compromiso serio con el carbono neutral 2050. Brindar servicios de calidad, fomentar el desarrollo económico local, el emprendurismo y las MIPYMES. Poner en marcha mecanismos que puedan potenciar el empoderamiento y una mayor capacitación de las mujeres y de nuestros jóvenes en cada una de nuestras municipalidades. La sensibilización permanente de los partidos políticos como actores institucionales y sociales para lograr el cambio de cultura y la participación en la gestión local. Formular políticas públicas con enfoque de género y que promuevan la paridad. Nuevas leyes y la introducción de reformas constitucionales para garantizar un acceso equitativo y más inclusivo de todos los actores sociales. Desarrollar campañas de comunicación, de educación, de información y sensibilización ciudadana. Alianzas para impulsar los gobiernos abiertos, procesos de transparencia, rendición de cuentas y los mecanismos de participación ciudadana. Y por último, desarrollar ciudades más vivibles, menos hostiles al ciudadano y con mayor acceso a las personas con discapacidad. Concluyo mis palabras con una frase: unidad. Unidad en la diversidad para que juntos este pacto pueda ser promisorio para cada uno de nosotros y podamos impulsar al mundo con mucha más fuerza este gran movimiento. Muchísimas gracias.
Right, let's go to Sweden. Mayor Sala Carola Gunnarsson, who's also the UCLG Vice President for Europe.
Dear colleagues, our contribution to the United Nations Pact for the Future must be that we, at the local and regional level, should be a part of the solution to our global challenges. But to do so, we must act as role models, and we must show that a seat at the global decision-making table is a voice of the people, a voice for peace, democracy, human rights, and gender equality. We can't just talk about human rights and gender equality. We must act. Women's rights are human rights, and it's not a female issue. It's a matter of everyone. The elected officials at local and regional level have a special responsibility to raise the voice of all people. At the local level, we, as politicians, have this advantage. We are closest to the people affected by our decisions. This creates endless opportunities to create change, and we must do it together. Even if we often have different solutions because of the context, we can and we should learn from each other. In our global community and our global family of the UCLG, we have an enormous capability, and we must exchange our experiences and knowledge. This awareness should also be shared with our national and international level. UCLG must be the important bridge between local and global level. Multilateralism and multi-level systems must be the way forward. Cooperation and coordination are key factors to build peace and democratic systems. Together, we can work for sustainable solutions for the future, where we emphasize peace, democracy, gender equality, and inclusion. Through dialogue with the whole society, we can build inclusive communities. Everyone should be able to raise their voice and get the seats at the decision-making table. That includes women and men, regardless of your origin or your identity. To be capable to build inclusive participatory societies, we must ensure safe environments for elected officials. It's a question of democracy. In particular, we will strive to become a global feminist municipal movement, playing a decisive role in placing care at the center of our program, as well as of the United Nations. It is upon the solid ground of gender equality and democracy that we will build our future. Gender-balanced leadership must be the solid ground of our strategies for the future and the implementation of the SDGs and our common agenda. Remember that global challenges need local action, and local action will provide global results. Well, this was my polite speech. Now I would like to speak from my heart. What is democracy? Well, if you look in the dictionary, you will find a theoretic answer. But if you look around in this room, in the society, in business, in the parliament, in the city council, etc., then you can find a lack of democracy. It's not democracy when women are denied a place at the table. It's not democracy when girls are denied education. It's not democracy when women and girls are exposed to domestic violence. It isn't democracy when women do not have the right to their own bodies, and when they don't have right to dress in the way they want. Well, it isn't democracy when girls are forced to marry elderly men and give birth to child when they still are child themselves. It isn't democracy when female politicians are exposed to hate speech, threats, and violence. It isn't democracy when women and girls are killed by bombs due to the invasion of hostile neighbors. Everyone has the right to democracy, and I would like to ask you all to please let us unite in the fight for democracy for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is the Mayor of Valongo, Jose Manuel Ribeiro.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Please allow me to say thank you to Emilia, our great friend, our great Secretary General. Well, I want to share with you this question I always do to myself. What binds us together? What really binds us together as humans? Hope? Yes, hope. The spirit of survival? Of course, the spirit of survival. But are we doing what we should do to tackle the challenges? We are talking about the pact for the future of humanity. People, planet, government. We could say also people, planet, participation. People, planet, peace. Why I'm saying this? Because if we think very cold about the story of humanity, it's a story of participation. Who participates in the political system? Who participates in the economic system? Who participates in the cultural system? And who doesn't participate? It is always like that. And what strikes me, what worries me as human, not as an elected, as I'm a citizen that temporarily is an elected, but I am going to be again a citizen. That's a point that a lot of times politicians forget. We are temporary. And it is a question I do. Are we doing everything we can to put all the people participating? Are we rich, so rich, that we lose every day thousands, millions of kids, denying them the opportunity to be people? They don't even the chance to find that they have talent because they are condemned to death. That is the most striking thing we have. And if we don't think about action, it's only talk. So when I was challenged by my great friend, what is my expectation? Participation, doing things, transformation. Democracy for me, it's not the results. Democracy for me and for the movement is the process. We have to strengthen the process. I'm a Democrat. I respect who is not a Democrat. It is my wish is to be everybody Democrat. But if I stuck in this kind of, never-ending story, I'm not going to change. And what we need is to change. We need action. We need to deliver, to show results. Because, my friends, and I'm going to end, during all our history, it was a fight for survival. It is true in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, everywhere. But nowadays, we have to think that the question is it the planet going to survive to our action? Are we preparing the future for everybody to survive? Or are we, like the movies are saying, some of us are going to be dead? So, and that are the big challenges we have. So my expectation is, let's strengthen the movement, the municipal movement, give more strength to participation, because participation, whatever it's economic, social, cultural, participation accelerates. Participation is a good ally of politicians, both Democrats and authoritarians. Deep, they like participation because they find new ways of seeing things. They find that there are a lot of energy in our societies that can enrich and strengthen and change our impact. So thank you very much, and it's a great honor. It's my last time as a mayor, because in my country, and I have the pleasure to be here with the president of our mayors. It's a woman, Luisa, she's here with me. And we have a limit for the re-election. I was always re-elected, and I'm a very happy guy because I was member of the parliament, I was consumer ombudsman, but nothing compares to be a local mayor. Nothing compares. It's the most incredible function we can ever have. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's go further westward. Mayor of Santa Fe, Emilio Giton.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Es un gusto estar aquí en este lugar donde la pretensión es muy ambiciosa. Nada más ni nada menos que entre todos asumir la responsabilidad de crear un pacto para el futuro. ¿Qué significa un pacto para el futuro? ¿Qué lugar le damos en este pacto para el futuro a la gente, a las personas? De hecho, necesitamos un pacto para el futuro, pero necesitamos también que ese pacto para el futuro construya en común. Si hay algo que tenemos, es que muchas veces hablamos del futuro y no construimos en común. Hoy, más que nunca, tenemos que ser responsables de nuestras acciones, ser responsables de cada definición que tomamos. Hoy, más que nunca, tenemos que cambiar la forma en que nos relacionamos, la forma en que nos miramos, la forma en que actuamos. Hoy, más que nunca, este pacto para el futuro tiene que tener como su centralidad de qué manera queremos vivir, cómo queremos vivir, cómo hacemos para que el pacto para el futuro tenga en su centralidad la verdadera condición humana, que es muchas veces es muy difícil de encontrarle cuál es la razón del ser humano. Es necesario que personas de diferentes orígenes, de referentes sociales, nos encontremos, pero nos encontremos en la vida cotidiana. Allí es donde nace el pacto para el futuro, en la vida cotidiana. Eso, en definitiva, nos va a permitir hablar del bien común, que es lo que nos centraliza, lo que nos unifica, lo que verdaderamente debemos tener en la vista. Pero además, no existe pacto si no tenemos la conciencia clara y el apoyo de la gente. No se puede construir un pacto Se necesita el compromiso de la gente porque son ellos los que van a garantizar el pacto. Son ellos los que nos van a decir por dónde vamos a caminar. Son ellos los que van a tener que poner en su corazón nuestro pacto. Las diferencias muchas veces, pero muchas veces, son creativas, pero también generan tensiones. Entonces, el verdadero ejemplo, ¿dónde está la solución? Es cómo nosotros encontramos las soluciones a esas tensiones, porque en esa solución de esas tensiones está el progreso. Mis amigos, si no aceleramos, si no cambiamos nuestra forma de pensar las cosas, y no tan largo a plazo, vamos a estar en problemas. El pacto para el futuro es hoy, el pacto para el futuro es con la gente, el pacto para el futuro es con el corazón. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mayor. So can we go south? South African Local Government Association President, Councillor Becky Stofile. Not here. Okay, I'll go to the next speaker. We'll come back to South Africa. So can we go to Turkey? Samal Bas, Councillor of Kesioren.
Thank you very much, Chair. This afternoon, as local government associations, we have gathered with a session where nearly 12 local government associations were there in the organization. And the room was full, I tell you. We talked about COVID, we talked about climate, and we talked about socio-economic development as well. Then we also discussed that local government associations are important in terms of creating bridge between the countries and regions. Local government associations are like lifts that are going from local, national, regional, and the global level, and then take you between the levels as well. Local government associations are climate friendly because they provide efficiency and effectiveness in the service delivery. Local government associations are like a library. They bring all the information and they're open for everybody as well. So we think local government associations are the key partners to localize the global agendas like SDGs, like the New Urban Agenda, like Sendai, or the Paris Agreement. Therefore, the two local government associations, the Turkish Union and also the Dutch Union, the VNG, have decided jointly to create a synergy to move the local government association work within the organization. That two associations have also decided, jointly with the other associations, to sort of provide a permanent step and ground for local government associations to work together. So I have two recommendations for the presidency, if they find it available, that we believe the LGA Forum, the UCLG LGA Forum, should be the permanent one, and we should work further to institutionalize it. And the second one is we should, I guess, organize a plenary session for the next World Council and gathering local government associations and discussing what can we do with each other, what can we do within the UCLG LGA Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our final speaker is President of SELGA, Councillor Becky Stofile.
Thank you very much, Chair, Program Director, and greetings to the leadership. Local government is an integral part of the broadest community of the world. And what is our take as South African is that local government, it doesn't exist anywhere else except within the communities. And communities together, combined, they had an important role to play in changing their lives. And therefore, for us to achieve these objectives, it's important to learn to collaborate and cooperate on struggles that to change the conditions in which we are facing. And that is why we believe that part of the policies that need to be looked at in this Congress is the ability to decentralize the ability of cooperative relations and cooperative governance and be led by the UCLG in making sure that cooperation amongst the nations begin to take a center stage in changing the conditions in which we are facing in our communities. We understand that through local government, we are able to have an access and contribute in making sure that conditions that are faced by communities at all levels of our life are changed, and therefore cooperative government it become an important pillar in driving change and in driving and accelerating a change in communities where we live. And that is why we believe that local government is an epicenter of development, and any development, it takes place in local government space, and therefore local government it cannot be absent in the debate and discussion in leading the nation going forward. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, and thank you to all of our mayors and presidents of local associations who spoke. You are the global leaders, and you will continue to be the global leaders. Can I call on our rapporteur, Maria Fernanda Espinosa, who was the president of the 73rd General Assembly of the UN, and who's just going to do the report back from the session before I hand over to our Secretary General.
Well, thank you so much, Greg, but not thank you that much because my task is almost impossible, I have to say, but thank you. What a task. I have listened carefully, taking notes profusely, and I have to say this has been absolutely amazing, energizing, and I'm sorry that there are no enough words nor time to report back on what the Pact for the Future and democracy is about, and what the government, a democracy pillar means with the wealth of ideas we have heard today. And in a way, you know, after listening, I think I can say that this third pillar is the sustaining pillar of the Pact. The scaffold of the Pact is the who part, the hands and the soul of the Pact, the process Pact. I think that the Pact as an overall product is the outcome of a truly, of your collective intellect, your collective intelligence, the town hall, vibrant contributions, the co-creation of what I believe, we believe, is the most avant-garde piece of political wisdom, of co-responsibility, of intergenerational feminist responsibility. Our chaotic and violent world needs boldness, audacity, creativity, and good politics. And here we are, surrounded by good politics. We have heard these days, time and again, that we need a paradigm shift, a systemic transformation. And the Pact is the blueprint for that, precisely. It provides the ingredients for a new social contract, or for social contracts with an S, for that matter. You know, carefully listening these past days and today, I believe that we know the what is happening to our world. We even have hints about the how to address the multiple crises we are experiencing, and what we have here now is the pillar of the who. Who takes the decisions? Who governs our local and global commons? Who responds to crises and emergencies? Who leads? Who is able to process conflict, discontent, and dissent, and to do so democratically. So just to summarize, and I apologize, for these as very succinct keywords and 3 headlines in the government and democracy pillar of the pact. And these 3 words are power, trust, and multilateral action. On power, the concept of power sharing, co-responsibility, social ownership, and subsidiarity to allow a profound shift from service providing to societies and cities that care, that are caring, and care at the end, because we heard the word heart. Care at the end means love, radical love for people and planet Earth. And this requires, of course, access to quality information, inclusive and transparent budgeting and accountability. In sum, we are talking about revitalizing citizenship, well-informed, empowered, critical citizenship. We are talking about feminist, empathic leadership. Number 2, trust. Trust building, and this is connected to making institutions and democracies deliver for people. Electoral democracies are not enough. One of the challenges of our democracies, we heard, is performance, problem solving. For example, issues of security, of health, of gender-based violence, of migration, of climate-related disasters. All of these are critical. The secret to reinvent democracies, we heard, is harmonize legitimacy, informed and sustained participation, and efficiency. In sum, the performance of our democratic institutions. Number 3, multilateral action. Redefine, reinvent multilateralism, using multilateral municipalism as a seed and engine to retool the global multilateral system, having an active voice in the democratization of multilateral institutions, weaving through the scales, translating the global into the local, and feeding the global with the local. But this cross-scale weaving should be institutionalized. Local and regional governments should have a formal seat at the global table. That's why the active voice and agency of the municipal movement is critical in the UN reform process, in the implementation of our common agenda, in the series of summits that we are going to face, including the Summit of the Future. It is clear that we need a compass, a moral and political compass, a living script for a new social contract. That's what this Pact for the Future of Humanity is about. The homework and the future starts today and with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Can I hand over to Secretary General Emilia Sáez?
Well, thank you very much, Greg, and I haven't had the opportunity to sincerely appreciate your presence here as Director of Cities Alliance, our partnership for a world without slums, for a world without urban poverty. I cannot stress enough how important the role of Cities Alliance has been in our work, and I dare say without our partnership and our participation in Cities Alliance, the agenda of the poor would not have been where it is right now. So thank you again. So I would also like to thank Jordi for a great job. And I am now going to what we feel as constituency of local and regional governments, the most important part of this session, which is the pledge of our presidency for this part of the Pact for the Future. And in this occasion, it is going to be read by our co-president, Igur Ibrahim Altay, the mayor of Konya.
Değerli meslektaşlarım, kıymetli dostlar, sizleri Dünya Teşkilatı adına selamlıyorum. Tüm konuşmacılara teşekkür ediyorum ama özellikle kadın konuşmacılarımıza ve aramızda bulunan güçlü ve cesur kadınları alkışlayarak sözlerime başlamak istiyorum. Bugün burada somutlaştırdığımız istişare tecrübesi iki açıdan çok kıymetlidir. Bunların ilki, burada bu salonda, ağımızın bünyesinde günlük hayatımızda, belediye oturumlarında ve uluslararası danışma komitelerinde, politika konseylerinde ve UCLG danışma mekanizmalarında yaptığımız faaliyetlerdir. Amacımız, taahhütlerimizin çeşitliliğimizi ve birlikteliğimizi yansıttığından emin olmaktır. İkincisi ise bize yapacağımız çok şey olduğunu ve gelecekte de birlik olmak için yine birçok sebebimiz olduğunu hatırlatmaktadır. Bu oturumu güçlü ve net bir mesajla kapatıyoruz. İhtiyacımız olan gelecek vizyonunda yenilenmiş, birbirine bağlı, yerel çözümlerin küresel diyalogları beslediği, etkin çok düzeyli sistemlerin merkezine yerel ve bölgesel yönetimler alınmaktadır. Tüm seslerin ve hükümetin tüm alanlarının karar alma süreçlerine dahil edilmesinin temin eden, şehir ve yönetişim sistemlerinin çeşitliliğini hesaba katan kapsayıcı bir sisteme ihtiyacımız var. Bunların ışığında bizler yerel ve bölgesel yönetimlerin liderleri olarak demokrasileri ve vatandaşlığı güçlendirmek ve yeniden düzenlemek için gayret edeceğimize ve uluslararası yönetişim yapısının fazlasıyla ihtiyaç duyulan reformu için katkıda bulunacağımıza söz veriyoruz. Ayrıca hizmetlerin vatandaşlara ve toplumlara bütünlüklü bir şekilde ulaştırabilmesini sağlamak için ulusal hükümetlerle açık, yapıcı ve devamlı bir yapısal diyalog sürdüreceğimize söz veriyoruz. Yerel demokrasinin sürdürülebilir kalkınmanın merkezine yerleştirilmesinin faydasını gelecek nesillerin de görmesini sağlamak amacıyla kent-kır arasındaki bütünlüğü güçlendirecek küçük, aracı ve büyük şehirler ile metropoller arasında kentler arası bir sistem geliştirmeyi taahhüt ediyoruz. Zorlukların farkındayız ve bu gayretli bir sonuca ulaştırma arzusuyla çok düzeyli sistemin yeniden canlandırılması için Birleşmiş Milletler reform sürecinde yaratıcı, yapıcı ve etki gücü yüksek bir sesle ve 2023 Sürdürülebilir Kalkınma Amaçları Zirvesi, Geleceğin Zirvesi 2024 ve Dünya Sosyal Zirvesi 2025 gibi önemli uluslararası zirvelere ve forumlara somut katkılar sağlayarak elimizden geleni yapmaya hazırız. Değerli dostlar, bu dünyanın her yerindeki birleşmiş kentlerin ve yerel liderlerin hükümeti korumak için bir sözüdür. Hükümet Geleceği için Pakt'ın Dünya Konseyi'nin onayına sunacağımız bu nihai istişaresine katıldığım gösterdiğiniz için hepinize teşekkür ediyorum. Dünya Teşkilatı adına verdiğimiz bu sözü hepinizin dikkatine almasını temenni ediyor ve bu oturumu kapatıyorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President. It's hard to believe that we have reached the last plenary consultation. Thank you to all the participants. We are starting with our World Council, where the full pact for the future of humanity will be ratified right after this video. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to you all. There we are again. Welcome. Welcome back, you could say. We start with the World Council. Dear colleagues, I welcome you to the Business Act session of the World Council in the framework of the UCLG World Congress, the last part, you could say. And it's a pleasure to see you all again. And thank you again, Mayor of Daejeon and his staff, for hosting our World Congress in this beautiful city. It's getting more beautiful every day. It's sunny outside, but also I would like to thank you all for your attendance, because we came all from far away. I saw some people leaving, but thank you that you're here in person. And of course, all those boys and girls, wherever they are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all in the world online. I see, for instance, our small colleague from Canada. He's with his green background all the time with us. Barry, I love you, but you knew that already. Allow me to take this opportunity to review briefly the key moments of the year for the year. Yesterday we had the last 3 years, so I won't repeat it this time. Dear friends, 2022 is the year, and many of you talked about it, in which the world faces a series of overlapping crises, universal in their nature, and also interconnected between them. Coming out from the hardest part of the pandemic, we are in front of an unprecedented scenario that requires us to bring about truly action to overcome the current levels of inequality, addressing the environmental crisis, and challenge the widening cultural divide. Breaking through as one is not only an aspiration, but it is really an imperative. 2022 was the year in which we met again physically, but also a year of intense action in the international scene. 2022 marked the review of the new urban agenda and saw UCLG facilitating our constituency at the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments for the first time in 2022, meeting again in UN headquarters for the high-level political forum and in the Urban 20 in Indonesia, and overall showcasing our new and renewed narrative and purpose to the planet. 2022 was also the year in which UCLG returned to its roots as a movement with city diplomacy and peace at the center. In 2022, our research culminated in the publishing of our Gold Report, which has had the pathway to equality at the center. We have enhanced our Learning with UCLG platform, which has culminated in the Research Forum. And this year, we have listened to and built strengthened partnerships through our town hall, which has met also in Daejeon, and we have worked to ensure a more cohesive world organization with the views of our regional sections, feeding our priorities and our pact. And confronted, dear friends and colleagues, with the closing window of opportunity, the World Organization, our World Organization, we are committed towards a renewed future, one that builds bridges between communities and between people, and that puts us in harmony with our planet, and that rebuilds trust, very important too, with governments, and embraces a new way of governing in partnership between levels of government and with third parties, with partners. Let's make a start with the business section. You have received the agenda for this meeting in advance, and as you will have seen, it was proposed to organize the session into 3 main segments, during which each item on the agenda will be discussed. This format is intended to create more space for members' interventions and to allow for the conduct of the UCLG elections if necessary, but about that later. And I would like to remind our online participants not to hesitate to select the raise your hand option in Zoom, and we will try to give space to as many interventions as possible, but please keep it as short as possible, because then many people can have the floor. If Dear friends and colleagues, if there are no more comments to the agenda, I propose to approve the agenda for this session. Thank you very much. The agenda is approved. Item 1, report of the World Council. Dear colleagues, let us first address the report of the previous World Council. As you may recall, it was held in Barcelona in the framework of the Smart City Expo World Congress. It was the first time that we were able to meet in a hybrid format as a statutory body, and were able to participate in very interesting sessions that brought together the need to bring equality and care into the development of smart cities. It was also the space in which we adopted a collegiate leadership to guide our world organization until today. I would like to personally thank the Mayor of Barcelona for hosting us in her city, and the organizers of the Smart City Expo World Congress for including the voices from our constituency in their program. The document that was included in your set provides a detailed report of the main topics discussed and decisions taken during the meeting, and I think we can agree that it reflects the discussions held. If there are no amendments, I invite you to approve the report of the last World Council. Is that okay? Yes. It is. Then we go to the policy highlights and the strategic priorities. Dear members, we now go to the segment on policy highlights. The presidency report, the work plan, and the Pact for the Future of Humanity and the Dijon Political Declaration, the thing we worked for so long and until 5 minutes ago. Item 3, the presidency report for 2022. This has been, and I just, with my introduction, talked about it, has been a critical year for our organization. A brief update was given at the beginning. So, in the interest of time, I would like to invite the members of the World Council to take note of the report of the presidency. Is taking note, is that enough? Or are there any? It's enough. Thank you for nodding yes. Item 4, work plan for 2023. Dear colleagues, as you know, this World Congress will see our renewed leadership and the adoption of the Pact for the Future of Humanity and the Dijon Political Declaration, including our renewed 2022-2028 strategic priorities. With these items, our work plan for the next year will deploy further efforts into transforming the shared vision reflected in the Dijon Declaration into actionable commitments, building on the collective force, the power of we that is anchored in the history of our movement, the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, and our capacity to localize policy, research, and learning. The work plan will be supported by the renewed Framework Partnership Agreement signed in 2022, which is in itself a testament to the renewed acknowledgement of the role that our world organization can play at local, regional, and international level. I propose on this item to give the floor to Secretary General Emilia Saiz to present only the main components of the World Plan for 2023. Emilia.
Only the main components, indeed. Thank you very much, President. Well, as you can imagine, after the adoption of such a relevant document, such as the Pact for the Future of Humanity, the plan for next year is to start the process to make this vision actionable. And what we are proposing is to involve the different consultation mechanisms that we have in the World Organization, in the monitoring of implementation, in the development of concrete actions, and to also evolve the role that the Ubuntu advisors are playing to help us develop such a monitoring mechanism. This is going to be the main task for the World Organization. We are going to continue working on the feminist municipal movement and, of course, paying special attention to human rights together with emergency governance, and we are going to ensure to continue our work on local finance, and I would like to highlight our collaboration with FMDB on here. And to end this very, very brief report, I also want to highlight, and you have a very extensive overview of all the activities in your papers, I would like to highlight that following the external assessment of the United Cities and Local Governments Organization on our capacity to deliver for the members, a very positive report with some interesting recommendations. We are starting 3 important processes, discussions to define changes in our improvement, I would call it, in our governance, in our capacity to monitor impact, and in our outreach. These, according to me, are the key issues for next year. Of course, we will also renew the consultation mechanisms, our policy councils, and our job will start in our traditional retreat taking place at the end of February in Barcelona, as usual. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I now invite the World Council to adopt the work plan for 2023, including the work plans presented by the UCLG consultation mechanism. Is that okay with you? You adopt? Okay, dear colleagues, I would now like to move forward with renewal of the UCLG committees, working groups, fora, and communities of practice. Prior to the meeting, the documents shared with you included a proposal to confirm the mandates of the committees, working groups, and fora. I would also like to invite the representatives of the UCLG consultation mechanism to present their proposals for the coming years. Am I going to do that? Is there a list, or if any?
Raise their hands.
Yeah, you can raise your hand also online. Are there any who want to talk about this? We get, of course, a list of motions. Yes, but yes, I have glasses. I wear glasses, but I can't read who you are. My name is Jan. Go ahead.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Céline Papin, adjointe au maire de Bordeaux. Et je souhaite intervenir au nom de la ville de Bordeaux qui préside depuis cette année 2022 le G7, le Forum mondial de l'ESS, prenant ainsi la suite de Séoul. Nous avons proposé d'assurer la présidence de la communauté de pratique sur cette thématique avec le secrétariat du G7 qui pourra en assurer le secrétariat exécutif. En effet, cette communauté de pratique permet d'organiser des échanges de pratiques entre les gouvernements locaux sur une thématique qui est au cœur des enjeux liés à la transition juste dans nos différents territoires, un secteur porteur d'innovation qui permet d'imaginer d'autres voies de développement possibles pour répondre aux nombreux défis sociaux et environnementaux qui se posent sur nos territoires. Je voulais juste dire que nous souhaitons véritablement en faire un groupe dynamique autour de priorités qui seront bien sûr décidées par les membres. Un plan d'action sera d'ailleurs proposé dans les prochaines semaines. Et enfin, je voulais m'associer à l'invitation de Monsieur le maire de Dakar et vous inciter à venir nombreux et nombreuses au Forum mondial de l'ESS qui se déroulera à Dakar du 1er au 6 mai 2023 pour la première fois sur le continent africain. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le maire. La maire. Any comments? Emilia?
No, I think these suggestions are very welcome, and we really are grateful for the city of Bordeaux to engage as always. So thank you very much, and we will take it into account. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. And I look around the room. Any other comments or suggestions or questions? No, thank you. No, and online, no. Okay. Then I would like to say this is adopted and accepted, and we work with it, and we go over to item 5 on our agenda, the pact, and that's where we've been waiting for, the pact for the future. As you may remember, in 2020, World Council mandated the World Organization to pursue a pact for the future of humanity based on 3 principles: people, planet, and government. The Executive Bureau held in Seville in June 2022 approved the basic lines and axes of the pact. Our pact is animated by the leadership committed to equality, empathy, and solidarity, and will be built on the 3 interconnected pillars mentioned before. Through this pact, for the future, we have affirmed that local and regional governments embrace their critical role and responsibility to promote a more equitable and sustainable quality of life for citizens and communities alike. protecting their rights to global and local common goods while protecting the planet for future generations. With the support of an external advisory and drafting committee, thank you very much for what you've done, and after a consultation period open to all members of the World Council, the pact identifies the paths for local governments to promote caring societies ensured by innovative service provision, which considers new essential services powered by strong and accountable governance systems at all levels and, of course, from a universal perspective. I give the floor to Emilia Seitz, our Secretary General.
Chair, the members have heard me talk about the pact throughout the week. I think we just can move ahead and ask the members to present their motions to make the pact actionable.
Yes. Can you raise your hands, please? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sí, buenas tardes. Desde la Diputación Provincial de Barcelona nos alegramos y congratulamos del Pacto para el Futuro y, como bien indica el documento, la humanidad en su conjunto se enfrenta a retos y a transformaciones que nunca hubiéramos imaginado. Y en ese sentido quisiéramos que el Pacto para el Futuro pusiera en valor que tiene y ha de tener la cooperación descentralizada para el logro de sus objetivos. Nos estamos moviendo en un contexto donde la cooperación descentralizada está evolucionando, efectivamente, pero a la vez está siendo cuestionada. La moción para incorporar al Pacto por el Futuro, que a continuación voy a leer, cuenta con el apoyo del Área Metropolitana de Barcelona, también del Ayuntamiento de Barcelona, de Bogotá, de Cités Unis de France, de Chichewen, de la Ciudad de México, del Consejo Departamental de Ott, de Cuenca de Ecuador, del Fondo Andaluz Municipal de Solidaridad Internacional, de la Federación Española de Municipios y Provincias y de la Intendencia de Montevideo y de BNG Holanda. Y la moción dice así: en el marco del Pacto para el Futuro, queremos poner en valor la cooperación descentralizada no solo como un conjunto de proyectos o instrumento técnico para la generación de capacidades, sino como un proceso transformador de comunidades y territorios que va mucho más allá de ser una muestra de la solidaridad entre gobiernos locales y regionales. Supone además un compromiso político por la paz y con los principios de las agendas globales de desarrollo. La cooperación descentralizada es clave para generar procesos participativos que buscan integrar todas las personas que forman parte de una comunidad desde una perspectiva de inclusión y lucha contra las desigualdades. Es más, permite impulsar desde lo local nuevos proyectos de desarrollo adaptados a cada realidad territorial, desde un enfoque de sostenibilidad y derechos y con una mirada integradora y holística. A la vez que fortalece procesos de democracia local, empodera a las personas electas locales con una clara mirada promoviendo en particular la participación y liderazgos de las mujeres y explorando nuevos marcos de gobernanza y participación ciudadana adaptados a las realidades cambiantes. Destacamos también que el potencial de la cooperación descentralizada responde a su infinidad de modalidades impulsadas por los propios gobiernos locales y regionales, así como a su flexibilidad a la hora de diseñar estrategias e implementar acciones de adaptación a las necesidades de la realidad local, conectándolas con los retos globales y generando espacios de experimentación, de innovación y aprendizaje. En definitiva, la cooperación descentralizada constituye el nexo entre los retos globales que hay que resolver y la localización de las soluciones que hay que idear y construir en los territorios. Así, esta es la moción y la aportación que queríamos hacer desde la Diputación de Barcelona. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Yes, you can applaud. Because otherwise, because we have to work on, and I really ask you, because we have many, many motions, keep it brief. And then we could also, by raising our hands and doing like this, if it's approved, because then the motion is approved. And I think it was approved because already in the policy committee it was adopted. Yes. And you move with your hand. Is it okay? But I do it slowly because it's the first time. Yeah? Okay. I guess it's adopted. Thank you very much, but keep it brief. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to submit a motion to advance the objectives
of the policy paper on the role of local and regional governments in development cooperation as a part of the new UCLG strategic plan, and I got your message, so I'll be brief. On behalf of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the National League of the Local Councils of Cambodia, Association of Local Governments of Benin, the Association of the Flemish Cities and Municipalities, the Federation of the Sri Lankan Local Government Authorities, the South African Association of Local Governments, the Province of Barcelona, and the Association of the Netherlands Municipalities. I'd like to say we are very satisfied by the content of the Pact of the Future as our Dijon Declaration, but building on the motion of the Province of Barcelona and its partners, we feel that our motion makes more implicit the understanding of the need to cooperate between local governments on all global challenges. And we all know that only specific texts get carried to the next level of implementation. So we would like to see the key elements, and in particular the calls for actions of the CIB policy paper, explicitly reflected in the political declaration. So I will refrain from reading the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope it's clear. It's an addiction in line of the first motion. Could you agree with that?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh. Can you raise your hands if you like? Because
Yes. Please.
no, it was also, discussed, before, so, okay. Thank you very much, but just to be sure.
Thank you.
Are there any other motions that also live will be introduced? You want to introduce yourself? Go ahead.
Dear UCLG members of the Council, on behalf of Aníbal Gaviria, Governor of Antioquia and President of the Assembly of Cities Alliance, I would like to present a motion on the concept of what he has called 90+, live longer, live better. We often associate old age with issues such as illness, loneliness, and death. This is not uncommon because it basically reflects the kind of old age we know that of poor countries where growing old is often a tragedy. But this is not the case everywhere. There are places where people not only live longer, but also age better. Globally, the healthy life expectancy, HALE, is 33 years, but this is an average. And as I said, there are places that are far above and many others that are far below. An ethical bet should impose that if it is possible to live longer and better in one country, it should be possible in all. This should be a planetary goal, a one global goal that commits states and supranational organizations to increase capacities throughout the world to care for life in terms of equity. To propose to the world, as we have already done in various scenarios, a single global goal that translates into a life expectancy that is equitable, that is not defined by place of birth, and that means taking healthy life expectancy beyond the age of 90 throughout the planet, to live longer and live better, is my proposal. This must be the century of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This voice from Colombia, Antioquia. Anybody have any, or can we vote in favor to add this to? Yes? It was also spoken before. Yes. Then I give the floor, just time-wise, thank you very much, to Mr. André Viola, Cité Unie France.
Merci, Président. Ici.
Ah oui, merci beaucoup.
J'ai l'honneur de vous présenter une motion sur le sujet de l'accès pour tous à l'eau et à l'assainissement. Vous le savez tous, 2 milliards de personnes ne disposent pas d'un service d'eau géré en toute sécurité. Plus de 3 milliards de personnes n'ont pas accès à l'assainissement de base. Cela provoque chaque année 2 millions de morts. Et contrairement aux guerres et aux catastrophes naturelles, cela ne fait pas la une des médias. Il s'agit d'un objectif du développement durable à part entière, l'ODD numéro 6, mais il impacte énormément d'autres ODD. Je pense par exemple à l'égalité des genres, à l'accès à l'éducation, quand les corvées d'eau empêchent souvent des jeunes filles d'aller à l'école. Et bien sur ce thème crucial, qui est au cœur de la vie, les collectivités territoriales jouent un rôle central. Et c'est l'objet de cette motion. Et le but, c'est ici de porter la voix des collectivités dans les instances internationales. On a vu hier que nous avons commencé à CGLU à nous faire une place. J'en veux pour preuve le Forum mondial de l'eau qui s'est tenu au Sénégal. Et grâce au forcing d'Emilia Saiz, à la section Afrique de CGLU, les pouvoirs locaux ont eu un espace de parole. Mais en mars 2023, il y aura une conférence à New York, la première depuis 1977, Mar del Plata, sur l'eau. Et donc nous aurons une occasion unique d'intervenir à ce moment-là. Le président Fauchon, il y a 2 jours, nous a tendu la perche pour intervenir au Forum mondial de l'eau de Bali. Et je crois que les collectivités territoriales qui sont en première ligne sur ce sujet doivent avoir la parole dans ces instances internationales. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, André. I suggest to support this motion after hearing the discussions. Yes? Okay. Thank you very much again. Merci beaucoup, André Viola. And then I have other hands online for motions. Otherwise, they're all taken in account. Just to be sure, I look on my back. Nobody there? Okay. Then I give as the last speaker on this subject, yes, of course, our host, the Mayor of Dijon.
우선 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 올립니다. 먼저 2022년 대전 UCLG 총회의 정치 선언으로 인류 미래를 위한 협약을 채택해 주신 데 대해서 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 특히 여러 회원도시 에밀리아 사무총장을 비롯한 사무국 그리고 외부 초안위원회 여러분의 노고에 깊은 감사를 드립니다. 이번 총회의 결과물인 인류 미래를 위한 협약은 오늘날 우리가 당면하고 있는 현황을 잘 파악하고 인류에게 보다 나은 행복한 미래를 제공하기 위한 지방 정부들이 나아갈 방향을 제시하고 있습니다. 또한 사람, 지구, 그리고 정부라는 3가지 규등을 중심으로 지방 정부가 우선순위를 둬 추진해야 할 비전과 정책의 방향을 잘 제시하고 있습니다. 코로나19 팬데믹의 여파로 국제교류의 어려움이 현존하는 가운데서도 수많은 도시들이 모여 이런 총회 결과물을 흔쾌히 도출하게 된 것은 UCLG 도시들이 행복한 미래를 위한 연대 의지를 전 세계에 천명한 대전 UCLG 총회의 중요한 결과물이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 인류 미래를 위한 협약은 지방 정부의 힘과 강점을 전 세계에 널리 알리고 시민과 함께 살아가는 지속 가능한 지구를 지키자고 하는 우리의 약속이자 등대가 될 것입니다. UCLG 사무국이 협약 이행을 위한 다양한 사업 계획을 구성하고 구체화하여 실현해 나갈 것을 기대합니다. UCLG의 모든 회원들이 이 협약을 실현하기 위해 최선을 다할 것을 요청드리는 바입니다. 대전시도 그 책임을 가지고 UCLG 회원들과 협력하여 협약의 이행을 위해 최선을 다하겠습니다. 다시 한번 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Then I still see hands. Mr. Rossi, the SD of CMR.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to share with you an initiative that we are taking as a CMR. We have already closed a text for a declaration condemning the war in Ukraine and increasing attack against Ukrainian people, and in the Ukrainian territory. We will be circulating CMR very soon this text but we would also like to propose that the UCLG follow up to these initiatives, and we are very happy, would be very happy to welcome you if should you consider that you wish to join in signing such declaration. And we're also framing a new text to support, this is not against, but this is really to support the need for peace all over across the world. This is very important. I think this is really a principle we should reiterate as a community, UCLG community. This is, I think, also pretty much in line with the message that was sent yesterday by Mr. Moratinos. I would like quickly to walk you through the text that we have prepared so far, and then I will leave to this assembly to decide whether you wish indeed to send this message to the world as UCLG community. We are living in difficult times, times in which no one we cannot neither individually nor as a society remain oblivious to the global and international situation. We have seen that no city, however small it may be, and none of the people who live in it can ignore the problems of their peers, whether they are neighbors or thousands of kilometers away. We are living in a time of crisis, meaning a crisis in all its meanings and in all its aspects. We are facing a geopolitical crisis with armed conflicts, invasions, and threats never before imagined. We are suffering an economic crisis that can only be fought by combating inequality between territories and people. And we must combat a crisis of values that allows populism to be fooled by simplistic messages and a growing distrust of politics. The growing tension of war and its spread in different parts of the world requires us to be proactive. For all these reasons, we must assume our responsibility as public representatives and as the voice of local and regional governments grouped in the United Cities and local governments, and we must show our commitment to peace. As the SDGs state, conflict, insecurity, weak institutions, and limited access to justice continue to pose a serious threat to sustainable development. Respecting the purposes of the Charter of the United Nations must be a priority for all of us here. We have the obligations from politics, good politics, to promote international cooperation as a solution to international problems of economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian nature, and as a tool to promote development and encourage respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all. As local and regional leaders of the world, we commit ourselves to facilitate peace and democracy through all available governance mechanisms and to promote constructive dialogue. We speak with one voice when we say that nothing can justify war, the targeting of cities, and the loss of innocent civilians' lives. There must be always room for dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Rossi. You heard the reaction of, are there any comments from here? Because it's not really, it's a very important issue, of course, but it's not the Pact of the Future. But does anyone, because you got the floor now, so everybody can get the floor, because, or we take note of it. Yes, go ahead.
Are we taking note of it, or are we approving it as a World
No.
Council?
We're taking note of the applause. We're taking note of the message that I understand was, if you in your sections will discuss this further on, but we're not going to ask an adoption now. If we can, but then we have a long debate probably. But if I understood well, he took the time to read, he got an applause, but we're taking note now, and the discussion can be further on. That's what he asked me. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, just to be clear, we're really supporting personally speaking, the Ukraine, and then we are completely against aggression. I just wanted to understand the procedure. Thank you very much.
Then I look around any other, because everybody should have a chance. Okay, then I continue. There was another, thank you. There was another speaker asked, Gabriela, in Quito. Yes, go ahead. Oh, Gabrielle is over there. She gets first. Gabrielle, go ahead. And then you can. Then, of course, you can. Go ahead, Gabriela. From Quito.
Good afternoon. Gisela Chalá Reynoso, segunda vicealcaldesa del Distrito Metropolitano de Quito. Gracias, Emilia. Gracias, CGLU, por este trabajo, el liderazgo de las mujeres que hoy se compromete y se concreta con Carolina Alcocer. Creo que es importante reconocer que este espacio nos debe llevar a compromisos no solo desde los cargos que tenemos en este momento. Necesitamos tener estos compromisos desde lo personal para transformarlo en lo político. Por eso, creo que este pacto para el buen futuro necesita un eje transformador adicional a los que ya se vienen planteando, y es combatir el racismo, la discriminación y todas las formas conexas de intolerancia. Nunca más nosotros deberíamos ser cómplices con el silencio. Nunca más deberíamos mirar como una madre llora porque ha muerto su hijo sin poder tener el alimento, sin poder tener el agua, justificados en espacios racializados. Creo que es importante y me permito proponer que CGLU y todos y cada uno de sus gobiernos, de quienes estamos representando en esta jornada histórica donde Corea nos ha recibido con los brazos abiertos, es necesario que se erradiquen todas las formas de violencias, discriminaciones, racismo estructural e institucional y desde luego la xenofobia, porque no debemos olvidar que migrar también es un derecho. Esto solo será viable en la medida que se reduzcan las brechas económicas y las brechas de desigualdades, que hoy los hemos nombrado, pero que necesitan mayor compromiso para que se concreten. Brechas económicas sociales, brechas espaciales y brechas de inclusión social. Por lo que es fundamental que este pacto para las personas tengan un compromiso de trabajo, de sostenimiento para la erradicación de las prácticas con un enfoque de derechos humanos. Pero muchos dirán, si ya abordamos los cuidados y abordamos los derechos humanos, pues para quienes hemos vivido la dureza del racismo y la discriminación, no basta con mencionar los derechos humanos, si no se materializan, si no se garantizan y sobre todo se restituyen y se reparan a quienes históricamente han sido vulnerados. Quiero cerrar agradeciendo nuevamente y sobre todo invitando a que tomemos estas herramientas que ya las tenemos, y bien la decían, tenemos el derecho a la ciudad. Ese derecho a la ciudad que realmente cubre las barreras, quita las barreras, cubre las brechas, donde nos dice que todas las vidas importan, donde nos recuerdan que tenemos que humanizar la política y que tenemos los ODS no solo para ganar la confianza nuevamente en los puestos en la gobernanza, que esa nueva gobernanza tenga que ver con las personas, con el planeta y sobre todo que combatamos de manera individual la indiferencia, el dolor a través de no basta con no ser racista, hay que ser antirracista, hay que ser antimachista y sobre todo colocar en el centro de la vida el planeta, las personas. Y quiero cerrar con esta invitación a que CGLU declare a cada uno de los gobiernos libres de racismo, discriminación, todas las formas conexas de intolerancia, y esto se vea reflejado en cada uno de nuestros planes de gobernanza, pero sobre todo en estos cambios estructurales que necesita el planeta y que necesita el mundo en nuestras vidas. Por un mundo mucho más justo, social, espacial y climáticamente. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you for your points. They will taken into account with the text, the essence of it. Then I look to you, to that side. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think as local governments, we should take a clear position always regarding the violence in all over the world. I come from Palestine in Middle East. People are killed on daily basis in the streets. The violence in Palestine is on daily basis. Israel kills us in the streets. In the past 2-3 weeks, more than 40 children less than 15 years old were killed. I think as a voice of local governments representing the biggest organization in the world, we shall have on daily basis a message to stop the violence in Palestine, in Ukraine, and in everywhere in the world. We can't differentiate between a nation and a nation, or a violence and a violence. Thank you very much.
We are, as a World Congress, so glad that we are here now live, and we had such a good discussion and well-prepared discussion on the Pact of the Future. I give, of course, liberty to say things that add to what we have been discussing, so thank you very much. But maybe, and then, of course, you, I saw my friend from Mercosurados, he wants to make a comment. Please, can you look up? Let's go ahead. But first, you can later. But now the Secretary General, just to make one comment.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I just was wondering, since the proposal from the European section is to make a declaration against violence, which was read by the Secretary General. It's a separate discussion from the adoption of the pact. But there seems to be quite a lot of support in the room. So what I was wondering is whether we could wrap up with the pact, adopt the pact, and then look again around in the room, because after the last intervention, it feels as if there is enough support, maybe, to consider that declaration. So could we, and I see the co-presidents agreeing, so it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't do it. So my proposal is let's close the pact and then we could come back.
And the same goes for the text of Gabriela and the essence of Gabriela, of course. Huh?
Yes, of course. I think that motion is supported, yes.
Yeah, okay. Then I look to Mercosurados. Go ahead.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Muy brevemente, pero desde Mercociudades, desde nuestra red de Mercociudades, queremos apoyar fervientemente la moción de la vicealcaldesa de Quito, Gisela Chala Reynoso, que tiene que ver con derechos humanos fundamentales que vemos con preocupación como muchas veces se vulneran fundamentalmente en distintas regiones y particularmente en nuestra región. Apoyamos firmemente todas aquellas acciones tendientes a promover la perspectiva de género y aprovecho además para agradecer en esta asamblea, hablando precisamente de perspectiva de género, la elección de la presidenta Carolina Cose en representación de toda esta asamblea. Así que muchas gracias y muy amables.
Gracias. Gracias. Thank you very much. Very simpático. Are there any other comments? Yes, go ahead. And then we should stop. But go ahead, go ahead. Keep it short, if possible.
Çok kısaca, ben Türkiye'den, Çanakkale ilinden Rebiye Turan Ünü var. Ben doğaya, şiddete ve ayrımcılığa karşı durulması konusunda bir öneride bulunmak istiyorum. Ağaçlara, sincaplara, böceklere, floraya, faunaya yapılan şiddetin durdurulması yönünde bir kararın alınmasından çok memnun olurum. Şundan dolayı bunu söylüyorum. Ülkemizin her yerinde sürdürülen ya da dünyanın her yerinde sürdürülen daha doğrusu madencilik faaliyetlerinin özellikle doğaya şiddetten uzak duracak şekilde organize edilmesi ve bu konuda bir konsensus sağlanması. En son verdiğimiz mücadele örneğini vermek isterim ki Kanadalı bir şirketin Çanakkale ilinde İDA bölgesinde, Truya bölgesinde ağaçları, sincapları yok ettiler altın uğruna. Dünyada acaba bankalarda ya da bir yerde saklanmak üzere, altın saklamak üzere hala yer var mı? Ve bunun için doğayı katletmeye değer mi diyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Then, anybody else? Okay, then there is. Yes, go ahead.
Merhabalar. Ben bölgemde kadın meclis üyesi olarak belediyede görev alıyorum. Kadınlarla ilgili konuşmak istedim. Kadınlar olarak siyasette, yönetimde, iş hayatında daha fazla olmalıyız. Biz kadınlar her zaman ikinci planda kalıyoruz ne yazık ki. Ben iş hayatında hiçbir zaman baba olacak diye işten atılan bir erkek görmedim. Ama kadınlar anne olacağı için işten atılabiliyorlar. Biz kadınlar güçlüyüz. Bu yüzden daha fazla her yerde yer almalıyız diye düşünüyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Out of my heart. Okay. Anybody else? Then I would like to do the following. I would like to wrap up the pact and vote about the pact and then be enthusiastic. And then we have maybe 3 or 4 additional motions and we can see the text on that because it was not prepared. And if we want to adopt, then we should know what is the proposal. And then we vote by this thing, I suggest. So first, the pact, including all the motions that were prepared and discussed before. And then we propose, and I propose to accept the pact, including all the well-prepared motions. Yes, go ahead.
Just to clarify, we are adopting the pact, the text that you have received and that we have been discussing these days, and the motions are going to help us develop the actionable part of the pact and the work program of the World Organization. So what we are adopting here is the text that you have been receiving and commenting on for the past months, and then the motions are considered to be part of the work program, just for all clarity.
Can we, I suggest to support. We've done so much work for the future of the Pact of the Future. And with music, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think, I look at the technique. Do we have a text we can all see and then?
The team is working on it. So we are going to project the text that the European section has read. It takes some time, but I think it's coming. I'm looking at the floor director. The UI is very small, yay. Can you speak up, Jean-Pierre? We don't hear your proposal.
No, we cannot read it. So
It's the same, but what I'm saying. So let us find another solution, okay? So I suggest to go to the next segment. President, and then we will come back when we have sorted this out.
Okay. But then I would like to, and I would also like to add in the working program unless she has a motion, Gabriella, the words of Gabriella to work on, and the words of the lady who talked about the rights of animals, I just summarize, and the lady who made words on the feminine, and put it in the working program. Yes. Because otherwise it's not fair. So yes. unless you have a motion, I would say it like this to make it practical. Perfect. Is that okay? And then we only get them. No, it's not bigger. Then it will be coming back, the text later on. Yes. Now we go on to a next section, and then I am allowed to give the word to my dear friend and colleague, Mayor Altai, to do the next part of the session. Go ahead, fresh blood. Go ahead. New energy.
Sayın Zanen, sevgili dostum, çok teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli meslektaşlarım, şimdi kurumsal konular ve politika belgeleriyle ilgili son bölüme geçiyoruz. Ama bundan önce birkaç şey söylemek istiyorum. Hakikaten Dünya Kongremizin ne kadar önemli olduğuna bir kez daha şahitlik ettik. Herkes çok önemli katkılarda bulunuyor. Umuyorum ki kongrenin sonuç bildirgesi bu yaptığınız katkılarla çok daha güzel hale gelecektir. Şimdi sırayla Lampedusa Sözleşmesi, yerel ve bölgesel yönetimlerin kalkınma işbirliğindeki rolüne ilişkin politika belgesine, Mali İşler Komitesi raporuna ve 8. UCLG Dünya Kongremizle ilgili gündeme geçeceğiz. Değerli dostlar, şimdi bir sonraki maddeye, onurlu insan hareketliliği ve bölgesel dayanışma için Lampedusa Sözleşmesi'ne geçiyoruz. Gelecek için Pakt'ın insan ekseninin bir parçası olarak Lampedusa Onurlu İnsan Hareketliliği ve Bölgesel Dayanışma Sözleşmesi'nin birlikte oluşturulması süreci, yerel yönetişimin tüm alanlarında sınırlı merkezli yaklaşımlardan, insan merkezli, haklara odaklanan ve topluluklar tarafından yönetilen bir vatandaşlık vizyonuna geçişi sağlama yönündeki belediye taahhüdünde bir dönüm noktası oluşturacaktır. Bugün Dünya Konseyi'nin onayına sunulan Lampedusa Sözleşmesi, idari statüden bağımsız olarak herkes için daha eşitlikçi şehirlere giden yolda haysiyet, özen, insan hakları, evrensellik, katılım ve çeşitliliği sağlayan bir temel olarak benimsenmektedir. Bu paktın insanlar ekseninin kritik bir unsurudur. Lampedusa Sözleşmesi'nin kabulü, yerel ve bölgesel yönetimler sahadaki cevaplarını, masada yer almak için gösterdikleri çabaları ve anlatıyı değiştirmeye bağlılıklarını güçlendirmek üzere ortaya konmuş belediyecilik çabalarının mirasını bir araya getirecektir. Lampedusa sürecinde üyelerle, bölge teşkilatlarıyla ve ortaklarla yapılan istişareler, hareketin gelecek yıllarda geliştirmeyi arzuladığı birlikteliği göstermiştir. Lampedusa Sözleşmesi'nin hazırlanma süreci, teşkilatımızın anlatıyı değiştirmek ve masada yer almak için göstermiş olduğu çabaların mirası ve sonuç belgesinin bir parçası olarak 90'dan fazla direkt katkı ve 300'den fazla yerel ve bölgesel yönetimle birlikte yüzlerce katılımcının bir araya geldiği bir dizi istişarenin üzerine inşa ediliyor. 15A ve UCLG bölge teşkilatları dünyanın dört bir yanından 50'den fazla şehirle birlikte yaklaşık 20 sivil toplum örgütü ve uluslararası örgütünü seferber etmiştir. Lampedusa Sözleşmesi ile teşkilatımız, göçmenler ve mülteciler küresel ilkelerinin uygulanmasına katkıda bulunacağımız metodoloji ve hedefleri ortaya koymaktadır. UCLG ortaklığında yürütülen göçmen ve mültecilere yönelik yerel eylem için belediye başkanları mekanizması çağrısı, belediye başkanları Göç Konseyi ve Birleşmiş Milletler Mülteciler Yüksek Komiserliği ortaklığında Uluslararası Göç Örgütü gibi bölgesel gerçekliklere dayalı küresel savunuculuk için çaba sarf eden ortakların güçlendirilmesi de bunlardan biridir. Eylem çağrısı ile yerel yönetimler gündem 2030 ile bağlantıları dahil olmak üzere göç ve yerinden edilme bağlamlarına tek bir pencerede katkıda bulunabilir. Eylem çağrısı Lampedusa Sözleşmesi tarafından küresel görünürlükle yerel eylemi destekleyen ilgili bir mekanizma olarak tanınmıştır. Şimdi sözü sözleşme hakkında genel bir bilgi vermesi için Strasbourg Belediye Başkan Vekili Sayın Veronika Bertol'e bırakıyorum. Buyurun Sayın Bertol'e.
I'm here. Honorable members of UCLG, dear colleagues, I am speaking to you today on behalf of Jeanne Barseguian, Mayor of Strasbourg, France, and co-president of ANVITA, the National Association of Welcoming Cities and Territories. As a city, as a French Welcoming Territories network, we recognize the Lampedusa Charter in its participatory approach and in its humanist values it promotes. In its participatory approach because it is deeply rooted in the realities of our territories. It was born from the will of local elected representatives, and it has gone through several circles of consultation and amendments by a diversity of stakeholders. Our global society is subject to too many top-down processes. As Strasbourg and as ANVITA, we deplore it and we call for the voices of all to be taken into account as its true value, like this was the case for the Lampedusa Charter. Also, in the humanist values it promotes, because in its transcription of our political will in Strasbourg, as well as the international reflection of our ANVITA founding charter, promoting unconditional, welcoming, and multi-stakeholders and multi-level governance. The Lampedusa Charter is rich in priorities and commitments we share, but for me, it can be summarized in 2 sentences. There are no illegal people, and solidarity is not a crime. Every person must be able to be sheltered in good conditions that respect their rights and in long term to be housed with dignity. Every person must be able to be autonomous by obtaining a status that gives them access to the right to work and the right to be protected. Every person must be able to access health care and prevention. Every person must be able to learn the language of the country in which they live. Every person must be able to participate in civic, associative, and political local life. Every person must be able to benefit from inclusive and respectful public policies guaranteeing the human rights that we hold so dear. Every person means every man, every woman, every child, whatever their administrative status, their country of departure, their reason for migrating, their way of migrating are, and whatever their gender, their sexual orientation, their religious beliefs, or their opinions are. For every person is first and foremost a human being. This seems logical, but apparently necessary to repeat. I said it this week on Tuesday at the presentation of the Lampedusa Charter, and I wish to repeat it today. The participatory, democratic, and human rights values we advocate for can only be applied if they are inclusive, considering all stakeholders. So, grazie mille Toto Martello. I have to give to Cesar what belongs to Caesar. Thank you for the Lampedusa Charter. This charter strengthens territories that are already proactive and pioneering. It gives them even more legitimacy to commit themselves to unconditional welcoming. There has been the Magna Carta Libertatum, medieval Latin for Great Charter of Freedoms. There is now, and there will be, the Lampedusa Carta for unconditional welcoming, and I appeal local and regional governments here present and represented to make it the norm. Thank you.
Sayın Bertol'e ben de teşekkür ediyorum. Evet, salondan katkı sunmak isteyen var mı? Online toplantıdan katkı sunmak isteyen göremiyorum. Evet, buradan buyurun. Mikrofonu açın.
Sayın Başkanım, kıymetli üyeler, az önce ifade ettiğiniz konularla ilgili içeriğinde ülkemizde ilgilendiren güzel bir konu var. Bunlardan başlıcası bu göç meselesi. Biliyorsunuz ülkemiz dünyada en fazla sığınmacıya ev sahipliği yapan ülkedir. Bizler bu konuyu sadece bir ekonomik mesele olarak görmüyoruz. Bu problem tamamen insani bir problemdir. Türkiye'de merkezi yönetimle yerel yönetim bu konuda gerçekten yakın ve uyumlu bir şekilde çalışmalar yapıyor. UCLG Teşkilatı'ndan ve yeni başkanlık divanımızdan önümüzdeki yıllarda göç konusunda yerel yönetimlere yönelik finansal fırsatlar üzerine ve küresel yapıların finansal araçları oluşturulması için lobi yapmaya davet ediyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Değerli katkınız için ben de çok teşekkür ediyorum. Göçmenler birçok şehrimizin en önemli gündem maddelerinden birisi. Gelecek dönemde de UCLG'nin en önemli gündemlerinden olacak. Özellikle yerel yönetimlerin finansmana erişmene konusunda dikkatli bir şekilde not ediyoruz. Teşekkür ediyorum. Başka söz isteyen var mı? Hemen yanı başımızda Lampedusa kartlarımız var. O zaman başka yorum yoksa Dünya Konseyi'ni Lampedusa Sözleşmesi'ni UCLG'nin siyasi vizyonunun bir parçası olarak kabul etmeye ve ağımız arasında yaymaya davet ediyorum. Buradan çok güzel görünüyorsunuz. Hepinize teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli dostlar, şimdi izninizle 7. maddeye, yerel ve bölgesel yönetimlerin kalkınma işbirliğindeki rolüne ilişkin politika belgesine geçiyoruz. Hatırlayacağınız üzere 2013 yılında UCLG, Kalkınma İşbirliği ve Kent Diplomasisi Komitesi aracılığıyla ve Kapasite ve Kurumsal Yapılanma Çalışma Grubu ile işbirliği içinde yerel ve bölgesel yönetimlerin kalkınmada oynadığı rolü ortaya koyan Kalkınma İşbirliği ve Yerel Yönetimler konulu UCLG politika bildirisini sunmuştu. Değişen bağlamla birlikte UCLG ve Kapasite ve Kurumsal Yapılanma Çalışma Grubu, uluslararası arenaya yönelik politika ve savunuculuk çalışmalarımıza hizmet edecek bir dizi tavsiye ve politika belgesini bugünler için güncelledi. Şimdi politika belgesinin nihai versiyonuna ilişkin güncellemeleri sunmak üzere Salga Başkanı Biek Sotofili'ye sözleri için davet ediyorum mikrofona. Buyurun.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, I personally believe that decentralization cooperation is an important way to achieve the SDGs by the 2030. This policy paper proposes to be UCLG's new call to action to make decentralized cooperation fully recognized, efficient, and impactful, responding to the most pressing development concerning local and regional communities. The objectives of our call to action in this policy paper are as follows: push for more institutional recognition with real resources for LRGS to address global challenges. Make decentralized cooperation a full recognized and resourced development cooperation approach. Make decentralized cooperation more effective, professional, innovative, and sustainable. Further engage decentralized cooperation in the financial sphere, foster strong public and political support for decentralized cooperation. And this, it must be assessed on annual basis. Objectives and actions together will continue to be global leaders in development cooperation to help achieve the SDGs by 2030. And this is our submission, that we need to collaborate and work together to achieve the objectives set by ourselves. Thank you very much.
Salga Başkanımıza, ben de Sayın Stofelli'ye teşekkür ediyorum. Yorum ve katkıda bulunmak isteyen var mı salonda? Evet, online yorumda zannediyorum yok. Evet, başka yorumumuz yoksa Dünya Konseyi'ni yerel ve bölgesel yönetimlerinin kalkınma işbirliği rolüne ilişkin politika belgesini kabul etmeye davet ediyorum. Kartları bir kez daha görmeyi istirham ederim. Biraz yorulduk zannediyorum. Hepinize teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun. Şimdi kıymetli dostlar, 11 Ekim'de gerçekleştirilen Mali İşler Komitesi'nin raporunu sunmak için mikrofonu Sayın Saymanımıza bırakıyorum. Buyurun.
Good afternoon to everyone. Actually, it's Mayor Berry who will do the report, but I just want to say first, thank you to the Mayor of Daejeon for the wonderful hospitality. And I would like also to thank CLG for creating this learning hub and for giving us the opportunity to be heard even if we are intermediary cities. And also for making this sanctuary for all the leaders. And I would like to manifest my loyalty to this organization. My loyalty is beyond reproach. And also, last, my take and what my realization was. Hopefully, this is not about competition, but this is about collaboration. Hopefully, we will be united in this endeavor. We will all be influencers to other cities to become a better leader, a better person, to have a better world. So thank you very much. I will miss you all. And thank you. This is Mayor Madal Alfalor, your treasurer, saying farewell and hello again. So Mayor Berry, please continue the report. Thank you.
Since the retirement of my predecessor, Mayor Fatala Oualalou from Rabat as treasurer in 2015. And I also want to express my thanks to my co-treasurer, my colleague, my friend over the last 3 years, Mayor Alflor, for her leadership, for her work, the friendship that we've been able to develop, and I extend best wishes to you, Madeline, as you move on to your new, to whatever life looks forward to you in the Philippines. And thank you for your commitment to UCLG. Colleagues, the members of the Financial Management Committee met on Tuesday the 11th and Wednesday the 12th of October to monitor both the financial issues of the World Organization, and the background documents that you received for this session contain detailed information on the main items analyzed and that are hereby to be reported to the World Council. First, on the Certified Accounts 2021, the Financial Management Committee received the audited accounts for 2021 and noted that the financial year ended with a surplus of €240,273.95 euros. The audit report for UCLG is included in the background documents distributed to the members of this World Council. Following the analysis, the committee is happy to recommend the following decision to the World Council. First, to approve the final accounts for 2021. Second, to reallocate the financial year's surplus as follows. 20% of the surplus, or 48,054.79 euros, will go to voluntary reserves, and the remaining balance of 192,219.16 euros will be carried forward. And to give final discharge to the Presidency, the Co-Treasurers, and the Secretary General for the year 2021. Secondly, the committee considered Budget 2023. The second recommendation for approval from the Financial Management Committee is the budget for 2023, which has been included in the background documents that have been distributed to the members of this World Council as well. While membership fees should remain the financial pillar of our organization, the committee celebrated that in September, our framework partnership agreement with the European Commission was renewed for a new 6-year period. And on behalf of our UCLG organization, I'd like to formally thank the European Commission for their ongoing partnership in this work. Mr. Chair, before I end, I do want to also extend just 2 thanks. Actually 3. First of all, to our hosts, the city of Dijon. I'm sorry I wasn't able to experience your hospitality firsthand, but I've only heard wonderful things from everybody who's been at the conference, and I look forward to hopefully visiting your city in the future. Secondly, I want to extend my congratulations to Secretary General Emilia Saez and the entire UCLG team for all of the great work that has been done over the last few years in particular, but especially over the last months in the lead up to this Congress and the last few days during our time in Dijon. And finally, from a financial perspective, I would like to extend both Mayor Madeleine and my thanks to our Chief Financial Officer, Pere Ballester, as well as to Mehdi, Sal, Mariola, and Carolina, the incredible financial team that we have at UCLG. It has been an honor and a privilege to work with all of you over the past number of years and your predecessors, and I look forward to our continued engagement in the months and years ahead. And so as I pass this role over, which will be ratified shortly, to the new treasurer, it gives me pleasure that it in fact will be going back to where it came from prior to me, the city of Rabat, as we welcome in fact the first, not only the first female mayor of the city of Rabat, but now the first female treasurer of UCLG into her new role. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Sayın Beri, herkese teşekkür etti ama bizim de kendisine bir teşekkür etmemiz gerekiyor. Özellikle sabahın bu erken saatinde bizimle birlikte olduğu için ve kendi seçimlerine çok az bir süre kalmasına rağmen bu saatte uyanıp bize bu bilgileri verdiği için teşekkür ediyorum ben kendisine. Değerli dostuma da seçimlerde başarılar diliyorum. Seni tekrar aramızda görmeyi çok arzu ediyoruz. Umuyorum birlikte çalışmaya devam edeceğiz. Ayrıca Saymanımız Beri Madeleine ve tüm ekibine de ben Başkanlık Divanı adına Genel Sekreterimizle birlikte teşekkür ediyorum. Çok iyi bir iş çıkardınız ve hazineyi emin bir şekilde devrediyorsunuz. Teşekkürlerimizi sunuyorum. Dünya Konseyi Denetçi raporunu dikkate almaya ve sunulan kararları onaylamaya davet ediyorum. Kartları bir kez daha görmeyi arzu ediyoruz. Evet, teşekkür ediyorum. Böylece Mali Komitenin raporunu da onaylamış olduk. Zannediyorum biraz önce CMR'ın teklifiyle ilgili metni gösterebileceğiz. Mi? Okay. Ha. Declaration.
So, can we project the declaration, colleagues? We have tried to make the font a bit bigger so that everybody can see it. And I will read it again so that everybody can consider it. We are living in difficult times in which no one can, we cannot, neither individually nor as society, remain oblivious to the global and international situation we are going through. We have seen that no city, however small it might be, and none of the people who live in it, can ignore the problems of their peers, whether they are neighbors or thousands of kilometers away. We are living in times of crisis, meaning crisis in all its meanings and in all its aspects. We are facing a geopolitical crisis with armed conflicts, invasions, and threats never before imagined. We are suffering an economic crisis that can only be fought by combating inequality between territories and people. And we must combat a crisis of values that allows populism to be fueled by simplistic messages and a growing distrust of politics. The growing tensions of war and its spread in different parts of the world requires us to be proactive. For all these reasons, we must assume our responsibility as public representatives and as the voice of local and regional governments grouped in united cities and local governments. And we must show our commitment to peace. As the SDGs state, conflict, insecurity, weak institutions, and limited access to justice continue to pose a serious threat to sustainable development. Respecting the purpose of the Charter of the United Nations must be a priority for all of us here present who have the obligation from politics, good politics, to promote international cooperation as a solution to international problems of an economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian nature, and as a tool to promote development and encourage respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all. As local and regional leaders of the world, we commit ourselves to facilitate peace and democracy through all available governance mechanisms and to promote constructive dialogue. We speak with one voice when we say that nothing can justify war, the targeting of cities, and the loss of innocent civilian lives. There must always be room for dialogue.
Evet, salondaki katkı için ben de teşekkür ediyorum ve UCLG olarak her zaman barıştan yana tavrımızı ifade etmeye ve savaşa karşı çıkmaya devam edeceğiz. O zaman hep birlikte bu deklarasyonu kartlarımızı kaldırarak oyluyoruz ve barışa evet diyoruz, savaşa hayır diyoruz. Yanlış mı söyledim? Düzeltelim. Her türlü savaşa hayır diyoruz, karşı çıkıyoruz. Temennimiz herkesin yaşadığı yerde mutlu olması, barış ve huzur içinde yaşaması. Teşekkür ediyorum değerli katkılarınıza. Şimdi gündemimizin son maddesi olan 8. UCLG Dünya Kongresi'ne geçiyoruz. Lahey'deki Anatüzik Komitemiz ayrıca 2025 yılında Afrika Zirvesi'nin kutlanmasıyla birlikte bir sonraki UCLG Dünya Kongresi'ne katılımın kolaylaştırılması için farklı bir zamanda yapılmasını tavsiye etti. Şimdi bu konuyla ilgili değerli Genel Sekreterimiz Emilia Saiz'a mikrofonu bırakıyorum. Buyurun.
Well, thank you very much, President. What I wanted to bring to the floor is a discussion that has been taking place already during the Executive Bureau in Seville with many of our members, but also with the members of the presidency. Due to the pandemic, the Conference of Afri-Cities that was due to take place last year was postponed to this year, and we all were able to enjoy, at least many of us that were there, the wonderful experience in Kisumu. It meant, however, that Afri-Cities, which is really a very big gathering of our membership in Africa, and the World Congress, the one that we are attending today, fall into the same year. And this is unprecedented. It didn't happen before. If we were to hold our Congress in 2025, this coincidence would happen again, and it would perpetuate in time. We find this very challenging. The mobilization required is too big, and that is what drove this Secretariat to ask the Presidency to consider the postponement of the Congress. This is the reason that we asked the Congress to be postponed, and that entails also to have a mandate of 4 years. But I want to emphasize, Chair, that this is not linked with the negotiations around the Presidency. This was a decision and a consideration that took place before, and is simply a consideration that is taking place because of practical matters to ensure that we have both proper mobilization in Afri-Cities taking place in Cairo in 2025 and appropriate mobilization in the 8th UCLG World Congress. Now, on where that World Congress is going to take place, we are discussing with several candidates. We have received a candidature, expression of interest from Cyprus. We have also received expression of interest from Cairo, and we have received an expression of interest from Tangier. Now, what I am suggesting to the Presidency is to consider the following. First, we will be taking this decision next year, as we had agreed, so that I can finalize the negotiations and the discussions with the members and bring it back to you. But of course, we will take all the proposals very much at heart, taking into account that Cairo has also suggested that they could be organizing a World Council instead of a World Congress. Then I think there are very important discussions to have with Tangier that has made a very concrete proposal. And we will, of course, discuss with everybody else. But Tangier has made a very advanced proposal, so I wanted you to be updated on this. And I will leave it here for now. This is what I have to report. Thank you.
Bu konuda katkı sunmak isteyen var mı? O zaman sekreteryamızın önerisini not ediyoruz ve Dünya Konseyi ile ilgili kararı Dünya Konseyi'ne bırakıyoruz. Gelecek yıl bunun yerini değerlendireceğiz. Kıymetli meslektaşlarım, aslında artık son konuşmalara geldik. Çünkü birazdan bu oturumu ve Dünya Konseyimizi kapatacağız. Ben tüm başkanlık heyeti adına birkaç şey söylemek istiyorum. Öncelikle önceki başkanımız Sayın Budra'ya, birlikte görev yaptığımız eş başkanlara ben çok güzel bir dönem geçirdiğimiz için teşekkür ediyorum. Ve en büyük teşekkürü tabii ev sahibimiz Dijon'a şöyle kuvvetli bir alkışla teşekkür etmeyi arzu ediyoruz. Çünkü çok güzel bir ev sahipliği yaptılar. Ayrıca 2023 Dünya Konseyi Konya'da olacak ev sahipliğimizde. Hepinizi buraya davet ettiğimi de bir kez daha ifade etmek istiyorum ve kapanıştan önce son sözü değerli Soria Belediye Başkanımız Carlos Martinez'e bırakıyor. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Vamos terminando ya estos largos días de trabajo. Estimadas colegas y colegas, comenzamos primero con el nombramiento del Buró Ejecutivo de CGLU. Hablamos sobre el punto número 2, el proceso electoral. De acuerdo con el mandato previsto en el reglamento electoral, la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios ha definido un marco para las elecciones. Esa misma comisión revisó las candidaturas propuestas para cada sección durante su reunión del miércoles 12 de octubre de Aillón. Las listas con las nominaciones han sido compartidas con todos ustedes y han sido previamente acordadas a través de los procesos de las respectivas secciones. También están disponibles en la plataforma UCLG Meets. Como saben, se trata de procedimientos complejos, muy largos y tediosos, que tienen en cuenta muchas reglas y equilibrios para garantizar la participación inclusiva de las diferentes partes de nuestra amplia membresía. Hablaré más despacio. Confío en que, si no hay preguntas por parte de los asistentes, invitaría al Consejo Mundial a ratificar las nominaciones para el Buró Ejecutivo y también, como quedó pendiente en el día de ayer, incorporar a las vicepresidencias de cada una de las secciones. Nos quedaba por determinar la vicepresidencia correspondiente a la sección latinoamericana, que se ha comunicado ya a esta mesa el nombramiento, a falta de ratificación, del intendente Fernando Grey, intendente de Esteban Echeverría, sería vicepresidente latinoamericano y a su vez también es presidente de Mercocidades. Como les digo, les invito a aprobar tanto el buró como este nuevo nombramiento. Si no hay observaciones y enmiendas, se entiende aprobado. Muchísimas gracias. Me gustaría felicitarles, ¿no?, a todos los miembros del Buró Ejecutivo por este nombramiento. Créanme que hemos vivido que es un momento, es una opinión, es una responsabilidad muy grande. Espero que sea una experiencia que valga la pena para todos ustedes. Sus aportaciones sean absolutamente claves y fundamentales en el futuro y en el presente de nuestra organización. Pero aquí permítanme también dar las gracias a los miembros que han prestado sus servicios en mandatos anteriores y que están dispuestos a continuar con las contribuciones y aportaciones en diferentes responsabilidades en esta organización. Para todos ellos un gran aplauso pido. Muchas gracias. Y ahora continuamos con el proceso electoral para la presidencia, tesorería, presidencia de la Comisión Permanente y de Igualdad de Género de CGLU. Como saben, en el día de ayer... Como saben, en el día de ayer y después de unas largas horas de negociación se llegó a un acuerdo demandado prácticamente por la totalidad de los miembros de esta organización, un anhelo y una esperanza que todos teníamos cuando comenzamos este proceso electoral después de la salida de nuestro maestro, el doctor Budra. Bajo el espíritu de Budra, ese espíritu de acuerdo, ese espíritu de esa horizontalidad en la organización, como saben todos ustedes también, ayer se llegó a un acuerdo de consenso con una fórmula nueva que vive de la experiencia de lo vivido en estos últimos, ¿no?, de lo trabajado en estos últimos meses, ¿no?, en el que la horizontalidad y la presidencia rotatoria ha recaído sobre muchos de los aquí presentes en esta mesa. Y esa experiencia satisfactoria creo que nos ha animado precisamente a buscar el entendimiento, la comprensión, la empatía y el encontrar un equipo de trabajo con voluntad de poder seguir aportando en beneficio de esta organización. Ayer, en el transcurso de esas negociaciones, yo les decía a todos y cada uno de los candidatos y nuestra candidata y sus representantes la necesidad que tenemos en el difícil contexto geopolítico actual de intentar poner a los gobiernos locales como ejemplo a la hora de buscar esos encuentros y esos acuerdos, ¿no? Hoy lo hemos hecho también, aprobando dentro del paquete del Pacto por el Futuro la P de la paz. Sin paz no puede haber ni pacto ni futuro. Y sin una organización unida, sin una organización fuerte, compartiendo objetivos, no vamos a poder contrarrestar y servir de solución a los grandísimos problemas que estamos viviendo a nivel internacional. Y es verdad que no sin dificultades, como en cualquier negociación, concesiones unos y por otros. Finalmente se llegó a un acuerdo satisfactorio, que es el que todos ustedes conocen y que ha tenido continuidad en el día de hoy. Hoy podemos plantearles para su ratificación y su aprobación un ticket de presidencia que cumple con los criterios que nos hemos fijado todos estatutariamente de reparto y proporcionalidad territorial, de integración y participación de las mujeres en el seno de la estructura de la dirección de nuestro movimiento internacional y que sobre todo aúna la voluntad de todo un movimiento internacional de poder hacer frente unido a los grandísimos retos a los que nos estamos enfrentando. Por eso hoy me satisface plenamente poderles anunciar un equipo humano que estará configurado por las personas que les voy a leer a continuación. En el equipo de presidencia, colegiado por rotación y con carácter anual, tendremos por primera vez, y pido un enorme aplauso para ella, a la alcaldesa de Montevideo de América Latina, Carolina Cosé. No es solo un símbolo, sino una declaración clara de intenciones a través de los hechos de que este es un movimiento feminista. En segundo lugar, para el segundo año, tendremos a Ugur Ibrahim Altay, nuestro alcalde de Konya. Muchas felicidades. De igual forma, tenemos para el tercero de las anualidades a Jan Van Sanen, alcalde de La Haya. Enhorabuena, Jan. Y en el último cuarto año, a quien ya ha ejercido de anfitrión y hoy ejercerá a partir de este cuarto año y desde hoy mismo como presidente de nuestra organización, si lo hace la mitad de bien que anfitrión, ya nos podemos conformar. Querido Lee. Pero como decía que estamos hablando en equipo y de trabajo colegiado y de trabajo horizontal, sumamos a las copresidencias a nuestro alcalde de Xi'an, Lee Mingyuan, que está aquí con nosotros. A Berke Stoffel, presidenta de Salga en África. No sé si está. Alcalde de Astana, Altay Kulginov. No está aquí. A todo un veterano, alcalde de Kitchener, en América del Norte, en Canadá, Berry Verbanovic, a través. Y como última copresidencia, a mi amigo Johnny Araya, alcalde de San José de Costa Rica, de América Latina. Volvemos a África, en este caso a Marruecos. En la tesorería, Asmar Alulu, alcaldesa de Rabat. Hemos querido reforzar, hemos creído que debíamos de reforzar en el trabajo algunos de los aspectos fundamentales de los que hoy nos estamos dotando en esta hoja de ruta del Pacto por el Futuro. Y hoy creamos unas figuras definidas como embajadores del Pacto del Futuro en las tres ejes fundamentales sobre los que pivota el mismo. Uy, disculpa, se me olvida la mejor. Disculpar, antes de los embajadores. Cómo no, si somos un movimiento feminista dentro de la presidencia y con rango diferenciado debe tener la Comisión Permanente de Igualdad de Género. Por tanto, bienvenida Fatimetu Abdel Malik, presidenta del Consejo Regional de Nouakchott en África. Como les decía, hemos querido, ¿no?, reforzar el equipo, afianzando también las responsabilidades nominales en los 3 ejes sobre los que pivota el Pacto por el Futuro: personas, planeta y gobernanza, con el nombramiento en el embajadora para el futuro de las personas con la alcaldesa de Barcelona, la señora Colau. Embajadora para el futuro del planeta, Anne Hidalgo, alcaldesa de París. Enhorabuena. Y también el embajador para el futuro del gobierno, Youssef Yilmaz, alcaldesa de Balıkesir. Y ratificando ese refuerzo de equipo, también 3 nominaciones como enviados especiales, ¿no? Por un lado, nuestra querida Carola Gunnarsson, alcaldesa de Sala, como enviada especial para la libertad, la solidaridad y la lucha contra las violencias contra los líderes políticos locales. Mi hermano Mohamed Sefiani, alcalde de Sahagún, enviado especial para sistemas alimentarios. Y si así lo aprueban, yo mismo como enviado especial para la nueva agenda urbana, Carlos Martínez Mínguez, alcalde de Soria. No aplaudan. Antes de proceder a la ratificación, yo creo que para reforzar este acuerdo que les presentamos, me gustaría que tomaran la palabra las presidencias ahora mismo. Empezando por Carolina, que creo que nos ha dado un mensaje que su secretaría general nos va a dar lectura. Excusar su ausencia por motivos personales, todos creo que ya prácticamente conocemos lo que está aconteciendo, y desde aquí mandarle todo el ánimo y todo el apoyo del mundo.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos, a todas. Les envío un cálido saludo desde la ciudad de Montevideo. Cuestiones personales de fuerza mayor me han impedido estar aquí de forma presencial, lo cual lamento con profunda tristeza. Sin embargo, la distancia que nos separa en este momento no es impedimento para expresar mi gratitud y la de todo Montevideo al secretariado de CGLU, a la ciudad de Daejeon por organizar y acoger este Congreso Mundial. También deseo saludar a todas y todos los presentes y a quienes nos están siguiendo en vivo alrededor del mundo. Ustedes son la esencia y la vida de nuestra querida organización y han hecho un gran esfuerzo trabajando duramente, no solo durante esta semana, sino día tras día para alcanzar nuestro principal objetivo, que es construir sociedades más justas para mejorar la calidad de vida de los habitantes en nuestras ciudades, metrópolis y regiones. En especial quiero saludar a los alcaldes Altay, Lan y Lee, con quienes construimos un consenso a base del diálogo y la solidaridad que orientará nuestra presidencia. Nuestra red de ciudades y gobiernos locales es la plataforma más importante y de mayor impacto con la que cuenta el movimiento municipalista. Representamos el 70% de la población mundial y lo tomamos como una enorme responsabilidad, pues de nosotros depende la felicidad de las personas, el cuidado del planeta, el fortalecimiento de nuestros gobiernos. Estos 3 ejes, personas, planeta y gobierno, reflejados en el Pacto para el Futuro que hemos trabajado entre todas y todos, en un proceso participativo e inclusivo, me comprometo a que será nuestra guía de acción durante los próximos años. Para alcanzar los objetivos que nos planteamos, debemos mirar dentro de CGLU, buscar en sus raíces, en su espíritu fundacional y en su razón de ser. Es necesario implementar políticas concretas que fortalezcan los sistemas de cuidados y de cohesión social, que faciliten el acceso a una vivienda digna, que garanticen el derecho a la digitalización, a la conectividad y promover la transformación de un sistema de producción y consumo actualmente insostenible para nuestro planeta. Estos desafíos no pueden ser abordados por un gobierno o una institución por sí misma, sino que requieren una acción colaborativa entre los distintos gobiernos y organizaciones. La presidencia que estoy asumiendo hoy es un hito, no solo para mi persona y Montevideo, sino para la organización. Como mujer latinoamericana, trabajaré sin descanso para que la voz de las mujeres sea escuchada y nuestros derechos respetados. Es tiempo de trabajar arduamente entre todas y todos para alcanzar la igualdad y la justicia social. Este hito nace del diálogo y el acuerdo entre las ciudades ahí reunidas, llegando a un consenso basados en el principio de la unidad que fortalece nuestra organización y el sistema multilateral en su conjunto. Esto habla de nuestros valores, pero también son un fiel reflejo de las políticas del municipalismo feminista que fomenta CGLU hacia adentro y hacia afuera. Desde Montevideo nos comprometemos a trabajar para impulsar los cambios necesarios para construir un futuro donde se ponga en el centro a las personas. Los invito a trabajar en conjunto para avanzar en derechos, porque aquí y en cualquier parte del mundo el centro debe ser la gente. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Brahim, alcalde de Konya.
Genel kurulumuzun değerli üyeleri, kıymetli meslektaşlarım, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Şahsıma dünyanın en büyük yerel yönetim teşkilatı olan UCLG çatısı altında tüm insanlığa hizmet etme fırsatı verdiğiniz için sizlere en kalbi duygularımla teşekkür etmek isterim. Her şeyden önce şunu söylemek istiyorum. Tüm dünyanın barışa, huzura ve adalete en çok ihtiyaç duyduğu bir dönemde UCLG olarak daha fazla barış istemekten hiçbir zaman geri durmayacağız. Sahip olduğumuz dayanışma ruhu, güzel bir gelecek inşa etmeyi en büyük amaç olarak gören bizler için güç kaynağı olacaktır. Önümüzdeki 4 yıl boyunca bir olarak daha sürdürülebilir, daha barışçıl ve daha adil şehirlerin yaygınlaşmasını sağlamak en önemli önceliğimizdir. UCLG ailesi olarak sesimizi daha fazla duyurmak için farklılıkları benimseyici, dinamik ve yapıcı bir bakış açısıyla hareket edeceğiz. Göç ve entegrasyon, barınma, gıda, su ve iklim değişikliği gibi pek çok problemin üstesinden gelmek için elimizden gelen her şeyi yapacağız. Kentsel dayanıklılık ve yerel kalkınma, dezavantajlı grupların haklarının korunması ve toplum içerisinde eşitliğin tesis edilmesi gibi konulara yönelik çalışmaları her zaman destekleyeceğiz. Çatışmaların arttığı ve paylaşma duygusunun azaldığı dünyamızda masum insanların daha fazla acı çekmesine sebep olan ve olabilecek her şeyin kararlılıkla karşısında duracağız. Tüm bunları ivedilikle yerine getirmek için sürdürülebilir çözümler üretebilme kapasitemizi arttırmamızın kaçınılmaz bir adım olduğu herkes tarafından bilinmektedir. Ben de UCLG Başkanı olarak her alanda edindiğim tecrübeleri paylaşmaktan ve UCLG'nin sahip olduğu değerleri her platformda savunmaktan asla geri durmayacağım. Bugün ne kadar yorulursak yarınlarımızda bize o kadar geleceğin güzel olacağına inancım tamdır. Bu salonda olan ve UCLG çatısı altında bizi farklı ülkelerden izleyenlere bir mesaj vermek istiyorum. Bizler birbirimize aynı göz hizasından bakmalıyız. Kimsenin bir başkasına bir üstünlüğün olmadığı dünyada barış çok daha kolay sağlanacaktır. Ben bu amaç uğrunda çalışmaya devam edeceğim. 2023 yılı benim ülkem Türkiye'de Cumhuriyetimizin 100. yılı olarak kutlanacak. Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nin 100. yılında UCLG başkanlığı yapacak olmanın gururunu yaşıyorum. Bu vesileyle sizleri 2023 yılında Türkiye'de, Konya'da yapacağımız UCLG Dünya Konseyi'ne tekrar davet etmek istiyorum. Bu duygularla sözlerime son verirken, bu dönem boyunca birlikte çalışacağımız ve bugün ilk kez yeni bir başlangıç yaptığımız değerli Montevideo Belediye Başkanımıza, Den Haag Belediye Başkanımıza ve Dijon Belediye Başkanımıza birlikte çalışma kültürüne verdikleri destekten dolayı teşekkür ediyor. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Jan, alcalde de La Haya.
Mr. Chair, building bridges and connections for a united, solid and impactful UCLG movement. That's why I want to keep playing a leading role at your service in UCLG. All continents are facing different crises, ranging from war to the climate emergency and an economic crisis, which all lead to vast social inequalities. This worries me, but I also feel a big responsibility to work together as local governments in dealing with these crises for our citizens. Local governments need to be at the decision table, making tables, at national and international level. UCLG facilitates this and brings colleagues from all around the world together. As a representative of The Hague, International City of Peace and Justice, and of the strong association VNG, I feel confident that I have the necessary experience and the right team behind me to continue the important work of UCLG and further strengthen our network and connections in the position of president in this team. You can expect me to do so in a transparent, reliable, inclusive and diplomatic way, striving for unity and connection at all times, and putting the well-being of the organization and network at the top of my agenda. And I will do so to the best of my abilities with the following priorities. Making UCLG a global hub for peace, as peace is the fundament of everything, and it's at local level that we can keep bridges open to deal with conflict. UCLG can provide space for reconciliation after war and conflict, and for city diplomacy when nation states fail to talk with each other. And leading the Sustainable Development Goals movement towards 2030 and beyond by putting local and regional governments at the core of the agenda. We stand for inclusive governance always. Deepening our feeling of community and togetherness, and facilitating space for all voices and perspectives from all regions of the world, from women, men, youth, elderly, showing the diversity and value of our global network. Advancing gender equality will be crucial to me. And finally, strengthening our cooperation with United Nations and global institutions to remain a crucial and essential playing in the international fora. Let's carry on. Thank you. Om te say it in Dutch. Dank u wel.
Muchas gracias, Jan, nuestro anfitrión, querido Lee.
지난 UCLG 2022년 총회에 이렇게 여러분을 모시게 돼서 매우 영광스러웠습니다. 저희 대전광역시의 많은 시민들과 또 저는 여러분을 잘 모시기 위해서 최선을 다했습니다만 갑자기 쌀쌀해진 날씨 때문에 걱정도 많이 했습니다. 또 비가 오면서 여러분 혹시 불전할까 봐 많은 분들이 노심초사했는데 다행스럽게도 날씨가 좀 따뜻해져서 여러분에게 불편을 덜 드리게 돼서 좋았습니다. 여러분 어떻게 회의 기간 동안 불편함 없으셨는지 모르겠습니다. 여러분께서 오셔서 음식은 잘 맞는지 또 숙소는 편안하신지 여러 가지 걱정 많이 했습니다만 어쨌든 오늘 무사하게 오늘 이 회의를 마치게 된 것 같습니다. 이번 회의의 성공은 바로 이 자리에 계신 모든 분들이 도와주셨기 때문에 가능했다고 생각합니다. 다시 한번 여러분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀 올립니다. 제가 오늘 UCLG 회장으로 당선돼 감사합니다. 제가 오늘 UCLG 회장으로 당선돼 매우 기쁘기도 하지만 때로 책임감에 많이 들고 있습니다. 협상 과정에서 강력한 리더십을 가지셨던 우리 헤이그 시장님, 코냐 시장님, 그리고 몬테비디오 시장님은 참석은 못하셨지만 대리인을 통해서 협상 과정에서 보여주신 그 리더십에 대해서 존경과 경의를 표합니다. 아울러 저와 함께 회장으로 당선된 이 세 분께도 진심으로 축하의 말씀을 드립니다. 또한 저희 회장단을 지지해 주신 모든 분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 저는 앞으로 회장단으로서 자유와 평등, 인권, 공정 그리고 양성평등과 같은 모든 일들에 대한 인류의 보편적 가치를 위해서 최선의 노력을 다하겠습니다. 대전시는 2004년 가입한 이래로 UCLG 내에서 많은 교류와 활동을 했습니다. 특히 2022년도 UCLG 월드총회 개최 도시로서 국제사회에 UCLG를 알리기 위해서 최선의 다해서 홍보 활동을 펼쳐왔습니다. 또한 UCLG 집행부와 이사회 의원으로서 각종 회의에서 활발하게 의견을 개진하고 대전시의 경험을 공유해 왔으며 UCLG 아스팍 활동도 활발히 해왔습니다. 저는 UCLG 월드의 발전에 헌신을 하고자 이번 UCLG 회장의 선거에 입후보했습니다. 이번 2022년 UCLG 세계총회를 계기로 회원 도시들의 글로벌 네트워크가 회복의 희망을 다시 찾을 수 있도록 UCLG 또 아스펙 회원뿐만 아니고 유럽, 아프리카 등 타 지부들과도 돈독한 관계로 많은 노력을 하겠습니다. 저는 구청장과 국회의원의 다양한 정치 경력을 거치면서 청년, 영유아와 여성, 어르신, 장애인들과 같이 소외되기 쉬운 많은 분들과 함께 그분들에게 힘이 되고자 좋은 정책을 개발하는 데 최선을 다해 왔습니다. 또한 지역 발전을 위해서 좋은 정책들을 만들고 강력하게 추진해서 마무리했던 경험을 갖고 있습니다. 이러한 경험을 바탕으로 UCLG의 지속한 발전을 위해서 UCLG 회의에 참석하여 제가 가진 모든 역량을 총동원하여 UCLG 회장단의 역할과 업무를 성실하게 수행하겠습니다. 또한 UCLG를 대표했던 전임자분들의 노력을 지속적으로 이어받아 강력한 책임감을 가지고 UCLG의 영향력의 강화를 위해서도 최선을 다하겠습니다. UCLG 아스펙을 비롯한 각 지부의 네트워킹 활성화를 위해 노력하고 정치적 대화와 화합을 강조하는 새로운 파트너십을 발전시켜 지방정부의 영향력 증대에 전력 투구를 다하겠습니다. 또한 지속 가능한 경제, 혁신적인 산업, 양질의 일자리, 세대의 화합과 통합, 불평등의 완화, 모든 형태의 빈곤 종식, 공평한 교육 보장, 기후변화 대응 등 글로벌 공동문제 해결을 위해 이행수단을 강화하겠습니다. 마지막으로 글로벌 네트워크를 위해 지방정부들의 정책 공유와 소통을 확대하는 새로운 형식의 글로벌 리더십을 만들겠습니다. 또한 UCLG 해장단 각 지부와 함께 힘을 모아 지방정부의 목소리를 더 크게 낼 수 있도록 모든 노력을 다할 것을 말씀드립니다. 다시 한번 대전광역시를 찾아주신 이 자리에 계신 모든 분에게 감사의 말씀드리고 UCLG의 회의를 성공적으로 개최할 수 있도록 도와주신 우리 집행부 여러분께도 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 대부분 내일쯤 돌아가실 텐데 여러분 돌아가신 길에 늘 건강하시고 또 가족에도 좋은 일들이 많으시기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Muchísimas gracias a los cuatro. Abrimos ahora turno de intervenciones. Disculpe porque no veo desde aquí, van interviniendo.
Oui, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Chers collègues, chers amis, permettez-moi de saluer tout d'abord tout le travail assuré par notre secrétariat général et toute l'équipe de CGLU, tout comme je salue la qualité des échanges et la tenue de l'ensemble des ateliers menés cette semaine, ainsi que l'accueil de la ville de Daejeon et son maire. J'ai pu apprécier l'extrême richesse des débats, l'intransigeance des débats sur l'importance de respecter nos statuts, mais je suis aussi sidéré par la légèreté avec laquelle on s'exonère des articles des mêmes statuts. Comment pouvons-nous débattre des valeurs de la démocratie locale? Comment voulez-vous rétablir la confiance entre nos institutions et les populations si nous nous affranchissons des règles élémentaires de la démocratie locale? Comment pouvons-nous prôner et revendiquer que les municipalités soient responsables et doivent être reconnues par nos États et institutions internationales si nous ne sommes pas capables de faire confiance à la démocratie ou au pouvoir que nous confère la légitimité d'un vote? Vous nous avez présenté une gouvernance horizontale. Pour ma part, je ne connais que la verticalité d'une colonne vertébrale pour assurer la stabilité d'un corps ou d'une organisation. Aujourd'hui, je suis amer, car nous avons affaibli notre association devant l'ensemble de nos observateurs. J'apporte beaucoup de valeur aux responsabilités et engagements que confère la chance et l'opportunité que nous avons d'avoir été élus par le peuple. Aussi, il me semble impératif que la commission statutaire se réunisse urgemment pour nous informer comment la légèreté avec laquelle nous nous sommes affranchis de nos règles internes ne peut pas se reproduire. Mais aussi comment serons-nous en mesure d'énoncer à l'avenir nos griefs envers celles et ceux qui ne respectent pas les traités internationaux, alors que nous ne sommes pas même capables d'appliquer nos propres règles. Comment expliquer aussi comment nous pouvons défendre aujourd'hui, comment nous pouvons être les porte-paroles crédibles des objectifs de développement durable, en particulier pour les ODD 11 et 16. Quel exemple donnons-nous aux représentants des jeunes ici présents ou qui nous regardent? Si le consensus ou le compromis peuvent s'apparenter à un art, le spectacle offert hier soir et renouvelé cet après-midi n'est pas digne. En dehors des beaux discours, si les valeurs de la démocratie doivent ne plus faire partie de notre ADN, j'estime important que nous en soyons informés au plus vite. Hier soir, votre annonce m'a assommé. Aujourd'hui, je suis triste et j'ai mal pour toutes celles et tous ceux qui font confiance en nos valeurs et institutions que nous avons trahies. Si la mise en application du pacte de l'avenir de l'humanité ressemble à la pièce de théâtre jouée hier soir, j'ai peur pour l'avenir de nos enfants. Il y a les beaux discours et puis il y a les faits. Et les faits ont la particularité d'être tenaces. Je vous remercie.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Andreas Walter from Cologne. So elections are a core element of local democracy. I would like to vote in a free and secret election. I want to have a choice, and I would be able to vote yes or no for each candidate. I can understand if you created a team that gives orientation, but the last word is in the assembly and not behind the scenes. Cities are the cradle of democracy. Here we talked about city participation, but statutory issues are not clarified for me, so I am not convinced and I'm disappointed about the procedures. So I please you, not shaping the rules. In future, please stick our constitution. That's local democracy. Thank you.
No alcanzo a ver. ¿Se presenta, por favor?
We cannot see from here, so the chair is asking you to present yourself, to introduce yourself, sorry.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a Lithuanian representative from the section of Europe, I would like to ask and shortly, very shortly and very briefly present UCLG Europe Declaration on the Escalation of War against Ukraine to be adopted. We, European local and regional elected representatives, gathered on the occasion of the 7th UCLG World Congress and Summit of Local and Regional Leaders, express our utmost indignation about the recent escalation of war by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. The inhuman and dreadful war on our European continent, launched by the Russian army in February this year, still brings death and suffering to civilian populations in Ukraine and destruction to Ukrainian municipalities. We equally condemn destruction by the Russian army of urban infrastructure in Ukrainian municipalities, which is required to provide basic local public services to civilian populations. We recall our condemnation of attacks and violation of the territorial integrity and full sovereignty of Ukraine adopted by the European section of UCLG on the 24th February 2022. I wish to recall values upon which Europe is built, including peace, democracy, equality and inclusion, and non-violent dialogue amongst European nations and populations. We remain firm in our commitment to support and promote the respect of international law and human rights all over Europe and universally. We call upon European local and regional leaders to reaffirm their solidarity with Ukrainian cities, districts and regions, support their peers in Ukraine, develop and deepen friendship links with Ukrainian local and regional governments, and promote the reconstruction of cities destroyed by the unjust and unprovoked violence. We call in particular upon our peers in the Russian Federation, members through the Eurasian section of UCLG, to condemn the war against Ukraine by endorsing this declaration. The European Municipal Movement will be ready to support those that stand in solidarity with Ukraine and act in favor of peace, democracy and human rights. We call upon European institutions to support our efforts to rebuild local infrastructure in Ukraine through city-to-city partnerships as suggested by the Fast Recovery Plan proposed by the Office of the President of Ukraine. We reiterate our own commitment to help Ukrainian cities in confronting the atrocities of the war and declare our readiness to work with Ukrainian friends toward post-war reconstruction. Thank you very much.
Y hay dos más, ¿no? Sí. Al fondo me dicen Georgia.
Nino Rukhadze. I'm a member of the Tbilisi City Assembly representing the National Association of Local Authorities of Georgia. I would like to thank my dear colleague from Lithuania for presenting a declaration on Ukraine. Here at the UCLG Congress, I have an honor to represent two brave and dignified nations, Georgia and Ukraine, Nations who cherish independence and liberty above all. Nations who have paid very high price for our legitimate aspirations of being part of free, democratic, progressive, and future-oriented world. My country was among the first who was harshly punished by Russia for these very basic aspirations. Now it is Ukraine. Who's going to be the next? I would like to call on all of you to contribute to stopping this deadly row, and I would like to ask you to vote in support of Declaration on Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sharing all the support to Ukraine from my side as well. As the member region, we also would like to share a very, very short declaration of ourselves, if you allow me to read it very quickly. Recalling the previous calls and the violence in Palestine and to avoid civilian casualties, we, representatives of UCLG MEVA, gathered in Daejeon, South Korea, are deeply concerned about the ongoing human rights abuses that has had devastating effects on the Palestinian local communities. We stand with all Palestinian local authorities and communities in the face of sustained aggression that has deepened the humanitarian crisis. We call on the international community to enhance its solidarity with the Palestinian people and to condemn the illegal occupation. Thank you very much.
Johnny.
Muchas gracias. Primero que todo, agradecerles por la confianza de reelegirme como copresidente de la CGLU. Es para mí un honor. Pero yo quería rápidamente destacar tres grandes aciertos de esta decisión que se ha tomado. Respeto muchísimo lo que han señalado los dos representantes de la delegación europea. Sin embargo, yo creo que es una decisión que está siendo legitimada por el seno de este Congreso, de este Consejo, del Consejo de la Unión de la CGLU. Pero veo que hay tres aciertos que quiero compartir con ustedes. El primero de ellos es que es la primera vez que un latinoamericano preside la CGLU. Y yo quiero, como latinoamericano, agradecerle la confianza que han tenido en elegir a la alcaldesa de Montevideo como presidenta de la CGLU. Pero también es la primera vez que una mujer es presidenta de la CGLU, y eso es una señal muy clara del compromiso con la igualdad de género que tiene esta organización. Y finalmente, yo creo que fue un acierto que privó el espíritu de unidad por encima de los intereses personales y particulares. Y yo felicito a los aspirantes a la presidencia de esta organización que tuvieron la madurez, que pusieron por encima de sus intereses, los intereses de esta organización, para que hoy estemos absolutamente unidos. Muchas gracias.
¿Hay alguna intervención más? Bien, de las intervenciones se pueden dividir en dos bloques claramente diferenciados, ¿no? Una con respecto, lógicamente, al punto del orden del día y otra sobre diferentes aspectos que no obedecen a esto. Yo no sé si Emilia...
Sí, gracias, presidente. Veo que hay otra intervención, quizás antes de tomar la palabra.
No había visto.
Bonjour, merci de nous donner cette opportunité de nous exprimer.
On vient de se féliciter d'avoir pour la première fois une femme présidente de CGLU. Effectivement, c'est un grand pas en avant, mais je pense qu'on ne peut pas pleinement s'en satisfaire puisqu'il s'agit d'une présidence tournante. Une femme pour 1 an sur 4 ans, c'est 25% d'une présidence. Donc on est loin de l'objectif de 30% que CGLU s'est fixé. Et j'irai même plus loin. Je dirais même que l'objectif de 50% serait idéal dans les coprésidences, dans les représentations au sein des différentes commissions. Je n'aurai pas l'audace d'aller jusqu'à 52% qui est la part que les femmes occupent sur cette planète. Mais nous devons absolument insister sur ce leadership féminin. Nous ne pouvons pas dire que les femmes ne sont pas présentes parce qu'elles ne se présentent pas. Il faut encourager les filles partout dans le monde à prendre cette place, la place qui devrait leur être due, ce qui n'est toujours pas le cas aujourd'hui. Et donc, nous avons besoin de plus de représentation femmes, solidaires entre elles et avec les hommes également, puisque les hommes devraient être nos meilleurs alliés dans ces combats. Et je tiens aussi à préciser un point qui me paraît très important. Les questions de genre se doivent d'être transversales. Elles ne se doivent pas être limitées à des caucus féministes ou à certaines sessions. Elles devraient être infusées dans toutes nos préoccupations. Et un dernier point, on a beaucoup évidemment de représentation de femmes dans les sujets du care, du soin, des questions sociales, d'inclusion et d'éducation. Et nous aimerions également que d'autres personnes, par exemple des hommes, s'investissent de ces sujets parce qu'on vous promet qu'on est tout à fait en mesure de parler d'autres choses. On peut parler finance, on peut parler climat, on peut parler transition écologique, on peut parler ingénierie, on peut parler entrepreneuriat. Bref, on peut être partout avec vous et vos égaux, vos égales et vos égaux. Merci à toutes.
Berry.
Of FCM and the president of the NORAM section look forward to bringing Canada's and North America's voice to the UCLG table in the years ahead. The last point that I want to make is to thank the CMR Secretary General Fabrizio Rossi for bringing forward the resolution pertaining to the situation in Ukraine. I think many of us recall the meeting that was taking place at our UCLG offices in Barcelona when this tragic war started in February of this year, and the strong and unified voice that came from us as a local government association, a global association, that put the voice of the world cities and regions behind a call for peace, behind a call for an immediate cessation of the war, and behind a call for renewed dialogue. As we've seen, particularly in recent days, this conflict grow as a result of the actions of the aggressor. I really do just want to to say that it is more important than ever that we are strong and that we are unified in our voice as cities in this call for an immediate end and for peace, not just in Ukraine, but in all conflicts around the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias. Ahora sí no hay más intervenciones. Emilia.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So indeed, as you were saying, we in this last moment, we have received comments from the floor on the issue that we were dealing with, which is the electoral process. And then we have also received comments on a separate issue, namely Ukraine and the Palestinian situation. I understand that on the issue of Ukraine and the Palestinian situation, we are taking notes of those statements. They will be duly recorded, and I thank those that have submitted them. Now, going back to the electoral process, I think it is very healthy for an organization like ours to present this kind of opportunity for debate, certainly. And I would like to recall that that opportunity for debate on the decision was tabled yesterday at the General Assembly as well. So that was also the opportunity to express that. And there is one issue that I would like to highlight because, of course, as Secretariat, we need to protect and ensure the oversight of the fulfillment of the Constitution. And so I just want to ensure that we are not going against the Constitution. If this is the perception, I don't think we do, but I really thank the membership for bringing up these topics, and I want to recall that we are starting a process next year where we are going to be revising our governance structures because things can always improve, so I just wanted to recall that. But from our perspective, the rules were met and it was tabled at the General Assembly.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Voy a ir terminando, pero sí quería hacer un par de reflexiones finales, ¿no?, acerca de las últimas intervenciones, casi desde el punto de vista estrictamente personal, ¿no?, porque en muchas ocasiones me han escuchado a mí en sesiones como esta, sin estar en la dirección misma, que esto es aleatorio, posicionamientos con respecto a los diferentes conflictos bélicos, ¿no?, que lamentablemente estamos sufriendo en distintos puntos, ¿no?, África, Latinoamérica, Asia, Pacífico, Europa, ¿no?, en muchos sitios, ¿no?, desde Palestina hasta el Sáhara. Y también creo que tenemos que ser valientes y tener un posicionamiento claro, rotundo, ¿no? Aquí no valen las equidistancias entre el agredido y el agresor, y creo que los gobiernos locales tenemos que abordar esto con serenidad, con seriedad y tener unos posicionamientos sin tutelas, ¿no?, sino desde el pleno convencimiento de que no puede haber futuro, como he dicho antes, sin haber paz, ¿no? Y desde ese punto de vista quiero trasladar, lógicamente, mi posicionamiento personal en el error que cometemos en esa equidistancia y en la condena más rotunda, como hemos expresado ya en alguna ocasión, contra diferentes conflictos, ¿no? Recuerdo una que aprobamos en París, en respaldo al pueblo palestino, dos con Ucrania y seguramente alguna más que se me haya podido escapar no haya podido asistir, ¿no? Por tanto, no hay equidistancia. Creo que tenemos que abordarlo con serenidad. Somos una institución madura que, si queremos tener voz propia en el panorama internacional, tenemos que afrontar las papeletas difíciles y los terrenos difíciles que nos toca abordar en cada momento, ¿no? Por tanto, yo no creo que tengamos que rehuir ese debate y ojalá lo podamos hacer en un futuro, ¿no? Es verdad que no sé si es en este momento, ¿no?, en el que estamos diciendo la elección de nuestras presidencias cuando tenemos que abordarlo, pero sí que creo que de forma inmediata tenemos que abordar posicionamientos con respecto a diferentes conflictos bélicos, en el que el mío personalmente y la Federación Española de Municipios y Provincias, y lo que puede influir también en mi sección europea será la de condena total y absoluta al no respeto, al incumplimiento del derecho internacional y la salvaguarda de la vida de las personas como línea infranqueable para poder defender en libertad la democracia. Y dicho esto, con respecto al procedimiento, y hablando de democracia, también me gustaría hacer algún planteamiento, ¿no?, que ya ha aclarado en parte Emilia y que a mí me deja más tranquilo, ¿no? Desde el absoluto respeto, ¿no?, a los planteamientos y a las discrepancias que puedan surgir en cuanto al desarrollo de este procedimiento, sí que tenemos la garantía, al menos así se nos ha trasladado, como responsable del seguimiento en la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios del cumplimiento de la normativa. Pero mucho más allá, ¿no?, del cumplimiento de la normativa, en el que quiero insistir que se ajusta y nos ajustamos. Yo también hago una reflexión sobre lo que es la democracia, que no solamente es el mero ejercicio del derecho al voto, sino ajustarnos, como bien has dicho, a una serie de normativas, a una serie de reglas que entre todos nos dotamos, a un por qué se vota, quién se vota y cuándo se vota. Es más, ¿no?, la democracia, antes del ejercicio del derecho al voto, simple ejercicio del derecho al voto, está también el diálogo, la negociación y fundamentalmente el acuerdo, que es lo que realmente nos hace avanzar. Y eso es lo que se ha producido a lo largo de estos días, y no sin esfuerzo. Creo mucho en esta organización y quiero mucho a esta organización. Hay veces que es verdad que en momentos llego a odiarla, y a lo largo de estos últimos días la he odiado en muchos momentos, pero también he sabido entender y hacer ese ejercicio de empatía de quien tienes enfrente, para poder llegar a esos puntos de encuentro. Y antes he dicho que negociación es seguramente no llegar a la satisfacción de nadie, pero sí que poder avanzar con paso firme hacia un futuro en el que todos tenemos que reencontrarnos. Por eso defiendo ese alegato de paz por encima de todo. Por eso condeno la violencia. Y por eso hoy creo que debería ser un día de fiesta. Se lo debemos a todos los que están mirándonos desde fuera. Y se lo debemos también, y con esto quiero finalizar, a todo el equipo de trabajadoras y trabajadores que han hecho posible que podamos estar aquí, con el equipo del Ayuntamiento de Dayón al frente, pero todo ese equipazo de CGLU que tenemos detrás, incluido, que se han merecido y se merecen más que nadie el aplauso y nuestro reconocimiento por el trabajo que llevan durante todos estos días. Y por eso, y con todo esto, ya para terminar, me gustaría volver a recordar y reiterar el espíritu de Budra en Durban, de acuerdo, de consenso, de horizontalidad, de equipo, y con ellos pedirles el respaldo, que esto también es ejercicio de voto y derecho al voto, a esta propuesta que se hace por parte de los candidatos a la presidencia. Respaldo, sí. El hombre pidió el respaldo, no voy a pedir que lo echemos para atrás. ¿No? Muchas gracias. Bien, pues muchísimas gracias. Un aplauso para todos ellos. Pasamos ahora a lo que es el acto protocolario de la toma de posesión de los responsables y llamamos a la firma a nuestros tres presidentes presentes, Konya, La Haya y Dayón. ¿No? Sí. Señor Ugur Brahim Altay, alcalde de Konya. Señor Jan Van Sanen, alcalde de La Haya. Señor Lee Yang-bu, alcalde de Ayllón. Representante del Ayuntamiento de Montevideo nos acompaña también. Pasamos al turno de copresidentes. Yimin Wan, alcalde de Xi'an. Altai Kulginov, alcalde de Astana. Johnny Araya, alcalde de San José. Señora Asmala Alulu, alcaldesa de Rabat. Fatimetu Abdel Malik, presidenta del Consejo Regional de North África, nuestra Comisión Permanente de Igualdad de Género. Querida Carola Gunnarsson, enviada especial para la libertad, la solidaridad y la lucha contra la violencia. Enviado especial para sistemas alimentarios, Mohamed Sefiani. Y nuestras embajadoras Ada Colau, Anne Hidalgo y Yusel Yilmaz, que nos acompañan a través de videoconferencia. Muchas gracias a todos.
사람들이 모여서 우리가 바라보는 세상이